The alarm is an intermittent sound. This indicates a lockdown. Attendees should stay in their seats and await further instructions. Before we start the meeting, please can I remind everyone that this is a meeting held in public and that audio recording and video recording may well be made available on the website in due course. Please therefore speak clearly into your microphones. Item 1 then is apologies for absence. We'll just wait for the motorbike.
Thank you, Chair. We do have apologies from Councillor Andrew Bond. Councillor Hogg is here as substitute.
Okay, Councillor Hogg, thank you for stepping in. Item 2. Item 2 is declarations of interest. Councillor Skibstead.
I just want to raise a declaration of interest for the 5th item on the agenda. I'm a member of Orton Longvish Parish Council, but I have not been involved in any discussions regarding this application, so I'd like to stay on the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Iqbal.
My dad bought 85 Taverners Road forward, but I want to be open-minded and it's not going to affect me from going out the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Chris, happy with that?
Yes, sir.
Good, thank you very much.
Chair?
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Fitzgerald, I didn't see you hanging up.
I was waiting until you'd finished, sorry. I will declare that I know a couple of the speakers today, which is Mr Machin. If you've been here long enough, like we have, a former officer of this council, I'll declare that, so nothing untoward there. And I also know Mr McKean as well, but I have no interest in any of the applications. But for transparency, I do know them.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? No, declarations then. So item 3, declarations to make representations as a ward councillor. None of those, thank you. Item 4 then relates to the minutes of the meeting we had on the 30th of July this year. The committee are asked to approve the minutes. Could I have a proposer, please?
Yeah, I propose that we...
Councillor Mahmood, seconder of those that were here. Councillor Fitzgerald, good. Are we all okay with those? I can approve those as a true account. Agreed? Yeah, agreed. Okay, thank you very much. Item 5 is development control and enforcement matters. Item 5.1 relates to the land east of Ivory Road, Peterborough. May I ask Molly Hood, please, to introduce the item. Molly, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. So this is Ivory Road. It's a reserve matters application. So it's a reserve matters submission, and the only matters that are available for consideration today are appearance, layout, landscaping and scale of the development proposed. I'd just like to highlight that an outline application has already been approved, and that secured the matter of the principle of the development for up to 265 dwellings and for the matter of access. So they're matters we are not revisiting today. It's solely for appearance, layout, landscaping and scale. If I just turn to the update report that was sent through. So we've received some comments from Councillor Allen. Fortunately, he couldn't make it today, but he has sent through a representation. We've also then received 3 further public representations which have gone through and raised material considerations. Though majority of those were already covered in the officer report itself, but those that weren't have been taken care of on the update report. There was then a number of drawings which were updated either a few days prior to the submission of the committee report or since, and I just thought for clarity I'd run through what those drawings included. So that's also in the updated report, but these relate to landscaping, highways technical matters, an update to the site layout to illustrate correspondence with the drainage drawing, and then an update on materials. And then finally, there was an update to the conditions in response to that information. So we've removed condition 3, or proposing to remove condition 3 for hard landscaping, condition 7 for bollard design on the open space, and an updated reason for condition 15. There is also updated approved plans for an update to condition 1, which details all of the approved plans just to take into account these changes. there isn't one on this one. That's fine. No, that's fine. Right, so just moving on. So here's the site's location plan. This is taking part of the site, so it's not the complete site in its entirety from the outline. There's a section of the public right-of-way. I just turn the laser on. There you go. So this section up here was on the outline permission. It's not being considered in today's application, and that was a public right-of-way down there existing, and then proposed and secured under the Section 106 is a cycle and pedestrian pathway. We're not considering that today, but I know it's been a matter that keeps being brought up in discussions. So next I will just illustrate the proposed site plan. Again, you can see the outline of the site boundary. We've got the residential parcels all coming off of a central primary road, secondary streets leading off from that, 3 areas of open space, and then drainage basins. So the development is proposing 265 dwellings across the site. There's affordable housing, 80 units on site to meet our local plan policy, and there is 1 hectare of land being transferred to the school, and that's located in this area. The designs on this drawing are just indicative purposes only. How the school wish to develop that is for them and the educational team at Peterborough City Council. So I just wanted to highlight a selection of house types. So in total there are 17 different house types across the development. So we've got a range from semi-detached and detached units, and we've got from 2-bedroom to 4-bedroom units. This just gives you an idea of the design that's been worked through the development. I'll then just move on to some of the main considerations which I'll go through for the rest of the presentation. So as I've highlighted before, the principle and the access of this development has already been approved, and that was under the outline consent. So the matters that we are considering and we have considered in our assessment has been the landscaping, the layout, the appearance and the scale of the development submitted. I would also highlight that the scheme before you has been through sort of detailed pre-application advice from the developers, where we've had an urban designer on board. We've also carried out building for healthy life assessments, both from that urban designer and myself on this development. So design has really been carefully considered throughout this scheme. So moving on to one of the matters is highway safety and parking provision on site. So this plan here was submitted with the scheme, and it illustrates the parking layout throughout the development. So you've got the purple boxes are the private residential parking. The orange yellowy boxes are private residential garages, and then you've got in the far corner up here is the allotment parking, these blue boxes, and then the red boxes through the site are the visitor parking. So the development provides, in accordance with the local plan parking standards, of 530 resident parking spaces. And there is actually an over-provision of on-plot parking because 156 of these plots have garages which are a suitable size to accommodate a vehicular parking space. We've also proposed a condition to remove permitted development rights for those garages to prevent them becoming habitable rooms and to keep them there solely for the purpose of parking provision. This then moves us on to visitor parking. So we've got 34 visitor spaces throughout the development, and this does fall short of the local plan standards by 19 spaces. And section 5.6 of the committee report has really gone into detail of that on-balance decision that we've made as officers and alongside with the Highway Authority. So what we've looked at is taking into account that over-provision of on-plot residential parking and the ability for residents who may have visitors come in to see them on the site to park on their plot. We've also looked at the spread of the parking spaces around the development. So we've gone for spaces which are close to the schools, vehicular access, close to the open space, close to the play park, areas where you're likely to generate that visitor traffic. And that's why we've accepted on an on-balance decision that the shortfall in visitor parking is acceptable in this instance. So with the outline permission, there was an indicative master plan, and this was to highlight whether the development could accommodate up to 265 dwellings, but also to illustrate some key areas that the development would require. For instance, there's this central drain running through the site, which has got easements, 9 metres on either side. You've then got the red line here is the primary street running through the site, with a 3-metre cycle and pedestrian footpath following alongside. You've got open space parcels, drainage basins, allotments, land transfer for the school, realignment of the pathway leading down to the school from Thorney Road connection on the public right-of-way. So this pathway has been designed to follow that northern boundary. It's a 3 metre wide cycle and pedestrian pathway, and the reason for this change is due to safety of users, because we wanted to minimise as many crossing points, vehicular or potential vehicle collisions with users. It's likely to be quite a busy pathway connecting through I. Moving on. So just moving on to, this was another drawing that was submitted with the outline permission, and it was a perimeters plan, and it was just highlighting potentially sensitive areas that would need to be considered moving forward in a reserve matters scheme. So in particular, you've got the IDB central drain and you've got the easements on either side. It was then highlighting a buffer between the residential properties on Fountains Place, the park homes along this boundary, and then further down here with the care home as a further buffer. These range from between 17 to 26 metres, these buffers, and they varied from distances between dwellings and main windows or distances between dwellings and boundaries. So residential amenity has been at the forefront of this design process, and it's one of the things we do consider when we're doing our Building for Healthy Life assessments. So in particular, we've looked at the plots as a whole, but also individually, and the ability for those occupiers to deliver a high level of amenity, but also the existing properties they back onto. So if I move to the care home, for instance, so we've had the care home, Fountains Place, and the park homes, all with these buffers. Where possible, these have been adhered to, but if they haven't, we then move to looking at a 20 metre back-to-back separation, which is what we would apply to all residential development. In instances, there are a few plots where this hasn't been met, as in this buffer or the 20 metres, and this is either due to the house type that's proposed or the orientation of the plot itself minimises its impact for residential amenity. For instance, there may not be any first floor windows overlooking the neighbouring boundary. There may be the garden may be positioned to the side rather than the rear of the property. So it's all of these factors which come into play, and again, it's made as an on-balance decision. So that condition has actually got an application in at the moment to submit for the details. It's been reviewed by our lead local flood authority currently, so that's completely separate to this application. What we've considered drainage in relation to the scheme is the layout. Because there are fundamental things on this site like the IDB drain, we've had to take into account where those drains are and how they impact the layout of the houses. So this drawing here is taken from the internal drainage board's mapping system, and it illustrates the IDB drain running through the site. So it's a central drain, and then it goes along the southern boundary partially and off into the countryside. I've then just highlighted this onto the proposed site plan so you can see the extent of the IDB drain, and that has a 9 metre easement running down the centre and then again through the southern boundary. It then changes to there are then other drains on the boundaries of the site. Again, I've highlighted these for you for clarity. We've got the south, then to the north bordering on with the school, and then bordering on with the park homes. So all of these have been considered because they need a maintenance easement, and that's ranging from 2 to 3 metres. They're separate from the residential plots, and we've had to make sure there's access and that division between residential gardens and those drainage routes. So that's all we can consider at this point, but I just really wanted to highlight that because I know it's been quite a matter that's been of concern from the public. And then just moving on to the open space parcels across the site. So I've brought them together just into one screen, and I've laid on the landscaping plans as well, so you can see how these are being sort of brought into the street scene. So we've got this central parcel. This is the largest parcel on site. It does contain a drainage basin, but it's been worked within the scheme to still add character and landscaping benefits to those plots fronting onto it. But it's still delivered enough space for play equipment and then an area for mini goals and activities and play. Then you've got 2 further smaller spaces which are throughout the site, and these are also well landscaped and incorporated into the properties that front onto them. So the quantum of open space was agreed on the outline permission as well, and they've adhered to all of those requirements. And then just highlights on the site plan where those areas are. So we've got one up the top. We've got one here, the allotments up the top, largest central open space provision, and then a smaller open space provision as you come into the site. One last thing I just wanted to highlight was in section 5.11 of the committee report, it highlights the outline conditions that required submission of details through this reserve matters. Been through all of those have been complied with. We've made a decision in regards to street lighting because all of the roads, with the exception of private drives, are going to be put forward for adoption, that any street lighting would be captured under highways agreements because they would be specifying the standards. There is a condition on this reserve matters though that should not any of the roads not be brought forward under highways adoption, we would then have the details to come forward to us. So we still have that mechanism in place to capture any missing information. Thank you, Chair. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much, Molly. We have 5 people registered to speak. Firstly, please can I call on Councillors Ormston and Ray? Have we got parish council as well? No, we're just the 2 of you. It's just in case. I didn't have any names down, so. Okay, welcome to committee, both of you. You'll have 10 minutes between you when you're ready, when you first click your mic to address committee. Stay in your seats afterwards for any questions. The Democratic Services Officer will let you know when you've got 30 seconds left. Okay, so when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the committee members and officers that are present today. Firstly, I'd like to thank Molly for the work that you've put into this. I think through communicating with yourself since Councillor Allen first put the call in forward, a number of the matters have been addressed and resolved with the developers, so thank you for that. It does still leave a number of matters that we think are outstanding and are of concern to the residents. As mentioned earlier on, Councillor Steve Allen called in the application after discussions with both myself and Councillor Ormston and following consultation with the residents of the local area. He can't be here today, but hopefully you've all had a chance to read his written representations, which have hopefully been circulated before today. I'd like to compound his points by highlighting some key ones that I believe are quite prominent. The first is the size of the development, adding to a rural village and bringing with it provision for over 700 vehicles to park. Now, I appreciate outline permission is already there for the number of dwellings, but 700 vehicles parking suggests that these will also be using our road network, and Highways have already acknowledged that there is very little scope for improvements to the local road network to be able to deal with this. As such, one of the mitigations that was put forward, and it was made clear by the developers at outline planning stage, there would be improvements and enhancements to local walking and cycling routes. Now that we've got the detail of some of these plans, I appreciate not all because a number of the matters are still reserved, but as explained, there are cycle routes going throughout the development. We've got the detail of these plans and they do not meet the recommended standards for width that we have in place. We've got routes that are identified as getting enhancements that are now being left as well-trodden paths. This isn't what was set out in that outline permission, especially given the fact that, as residents already know, during large parts of the year, some of the paths are unusable due to the weather, making them unapproachable. They're grass pathways, which aren't ideal at the minute. And the only thing that's going to be changing with this development is the addition of potentially 800 people that also can't walk across there. There are numerous regulations, standards and policy documents that outline the expectations for such routes, whether it's independent pedestrian routes, cycle routes or for combined routes, and outlining the widths that these should be, which in a number of locations throughout the development these have not been met. When there's a known problem with the highways, the mitigation was improvements to walking and cycling infrastructure, I would expect, and indeed I'm sure you guys expect, that these standards are met. And that's at a bare minimum. These are the expectations on a normal site, but this is not just a normal site, this is a site where these mitigations are being put in play because we cannot improve the local highway infrastructure. It's not just about the distances, but also the lack of lighting provision for some of these cycle routes. I appreciate that the comments that the Highways Authority will have to say for the street lighting. There is a lack of safety fencing near dangerous areas, near drainage. Outline planning permission said that there would be enhancements, and instead you've been presented with an application where a key transport link to the rest of the village is an unlit, uneven, slippery pathway where there's not enough space for cyclists and pedestrians to pass, and there is no drainage cover or safety fencing in play to protect those residents. These aren't the enhancements that were suggested. The only other point that I'll bring your attention to before I pass over to my colleague is the consultation on this development. We're a council looking to be transparent and to engage with the public on decisions, and yet we have 50 letters from residents regarding this development, and not one of these is in favour. A number of these have come forward and spoke to myself, Councillor Ormston, Councillor Allen and the Parish Council separate, as I'm sure many of you will appreciate with developments in your areas. And we are struggling to find the support for this. With these consultations in play, we have done these consultations, we have spoken to these residents, we have gathered their thoughts, and at the minute the proposal is that we dismiss them and disregard them to continue anyway. For myself, that's not in the spirit of good planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So this is my first call-in meeting, so please do go gentle on me. It would be completely remiss of anyone speaking on this matter not to mention LP40. LP40 is the specific policy in our local plan for this location alone and comes with 8 key principles. Key Principle 7 talks about the provision of high-quality access for pedestrians and cyclists from and within the site to key community facilities and services in I. Linked to this, developer Alison Holmes stated in papers to this committee in January 2022, existing links will be enhanced from both a cycle and pedestrian perspective through the scheme. LP40 was worded in this way because of the acknowledged concerns relating to this site. Note the words high quality and enhanced to mitigate these concerns. The plan has some wonderful features, however there are many elements that fall short of the benchmarks of high quality or enhanced. There are some existing well-trodden footpaths not being enhanced but being maintained. For those of us who attended the site visit, imagine the winter months on a trodden grass path like the ones we were standing on. Imagine a parent with a pushchair, a child going to school, or indeed anyone of any age walking along a grass path to get to the shops and amenities in the autumn and winter. There's a cycle and pedestrian footpath located by the school, which is undoubtedly going to be used as a key access point. This route is meeting the minimum LT 120 3-metre width requirement. This is not enhanced or high quality, but rather a missed opportunity, and as things stand, a potential safety risk that doesn't need to be taken. Before there are promised enhancements about the public right-of-way on the east of the IDB drain, which will now not happen, nor will there be a safety fence there because of the easements needed for the IDB machinery. Again, at the site visit, we stood by that ditch. To have no safety fence is a considerable safety risk. Concerning the upgrades are no longer happening, I'm sorry, but the easements were always going to be needed. Efforts need to be made to ensure these crucial enhancements happen outside of the required easement zones. At the site visit, I mentioned the site was 19 parking spaces short. Parking makes a substantial difference to any new development. To be 19 short, and by residents' own research, most of these on the side with the fewest houses on is a real concern. The first principle within LP40 references the anticipated scale of the site is around 250 dwellings, but potentially less. The site today is 265 dwellings. The dikes haven't changed, LP40 hasn't changed, and the number of car parking spaces needed has not changed. The site is right next to the school. The matters we are considering today are of the utmost importance. Might potential overdevelopment be the reason behind the promised enhancements and car parking spaces falling short? The last point I wish to raise is the last paragraph in LP40, which I believe is attempting to ensure transparency and avoid any errors or oversights being made along the way. The reserve matters you are considering today relate to the appearance, landscaping, layout and scale of the site. I've outlined some of my concerns directly linked to this application. However, this application is also deeply linked to other matters which have now been separated out, including the public right-of-way, drainage and numerous others. I truly understand the approach being taken by separating things out. However, these applications have the potential to directly impact the reserves application that you are considering today. With all this in mind, I cannot see how you, can approve this application today without potentially going against the promises made to the existing residents of I and whoever goes on to live in that site within our very own local plan. I urge you to reread and think about the spirit and the meaning behind that very last paragraph in LP40. To be clear, I'm not against this Reserve Matters application in its entirety. I'm grateful to the developers Alison Holmes. Molly, the case officer, has been phenomenal. A big thank you to Molly for all of her work to date. Yes, I am asking for this application to be refused today, but I'm not thinking about it as a true refusal, and I hope you don't see it this way either. In essence, I am asking for the application to be deferred until we have all the relevant and material information we require concerning these reserve matters and other relevant application. let's relook at the application or applications again at that point in time, safe in the knowledge that we can make a decision based on all the information and be in line of the promises made in LP40 and the outline planning approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, councillors. Members, have any questions, please? Councillor Rail, Councillor Ormston. No? You got off lucky. Thank you very much. Oh, hang on it. Yes, Councillor Skipstead.
Can I just ask, you've put, Councillor Allen has written that the 3 metre cycleway does not comply with LTN 120, but LTN 120 does say that a combined cycle and walking route is 3 metres and 3.5 if it's separated. So can I just ask about that? Because it says it doesn't comply, but it does.
When I read the regulations, I agree. I think it does apply based on it being a tighter space under a rural track. I think the point that I was making, I didn't say for me. I know that's what Councillor Allen said, but that's why in mine I put on here. We were promised enhancements, enhanced and high quality. It falls short of those promises. But you're right. My understanding is it does fall within the LTN 120 minimum requirement.
Okay. Right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Okay, we'll move now to Mr. Dale McKean, please. Mr. McKean, welcome. You'll have 5 minutes to address committee when you're ready. The Democratic Service Officer will let you know when you've got 30 seconds left to go. So when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. So, the application does not comply with the Foreign Material Matters PCC Local Plan of 2019, Policy LP40, Key Principle 6, which is the traffic implications on Ivory Road. 250 or less depending on the traffic implications. Policy LP40 Key Principle 7, on-site and off-site cycle and pedestrian access. LP29 Tree Protection. Appendix C Visitor Parking. The Town and Country Planning Act has not been complied with. This is for instrument number 595. Access needs to be included in reserve matters. The officers have said access was secured at outline planning permission. Yes, it was diagrammed, but there is ownership issues for that access going north, which I'll explain later. Paragraph 38 of the National Planning Policy isn't complied with this application. The conditions from outline approval are incorrectly shown as incomplete in this application. This is your opportunity to defer them for more information. The C1 for this approval. C14, compliance with flood risk assessment. C20, hard landscaping. C21, soft landscaping. C23, arboricultural impact assessment and tree protection. C28, visitor parking. Given all the material matters that I am presenting, this is an overdevelopment of this site. It does not comply with a number of local authority and national planning policies. Clearly, this number of houses will lead to a cramped and unsafe site for future residents and those residents using the 2 new school entrances. LP 40, 6 and 7 to include on-site, off-site provision of high-quality on-site and off-site provision of high-quality access for pedestrians and cyclists to the key community facilities and services in I. PCC Highways objected outline application due to the not being any mitigation measures for Ivory Road. As a consequence, Allison's Homes committed on January 24 outline to enhancing the PROW through the site and the scheme. This has not been done and now residents have no cycleway and just a grass path which is unusable during some 6 months of the year and is unsuitable for pushchairs, cycles, walking, key facilities into I and the bus route on Thorney Road, which was part of the mitigation actions. The same issue applies for the south-east boundary key footpath. That's grass. Access is not secured as stated today. There has been an ownership issue for the key access land of the cycleway going north from this site, which is not in this reserve matters application, and that has been outstanding since 2023, and it's been moved to another reserve matters. This route to mitigate the extra traffic on Ivory Road is not included in this reserve matters, and this will impact lighting, specifically drainage and the trees on the site, those adjoining Thorney Road Estate. Drainage and main site layout, capacity flow to the SUDs. It's going to have to come down to those SUDs. Are they big enough? What's the flow rate? Have IDB agreed to them? The pumping stations and the calculations in the flood risk assessment have not been updated since October 2017. Yes, there's been some diagrams, but all these flow rates and calculations and the foul water was said to go out onto Fountains Place. They've changed it to Ivory Road. That flood risk assessment has not been updated. Attenuation basins. There's a shortfall of 19 visitor parking spaces. What's going to happen with emergency vehicles trying to get around these houses when it's blocked because there's not enough visitor parking? You can't put visitor parking into somebody else's drive. You're going to block them in. So the actual on-balance approach for visitor parking just does not add up. The other problem, of course, is they'll park on the footpaths, then all residents, mobility scooters, pushchairs are going to have to walk in the road. How safe is that? The flood risk assessment has not been updated, like I've said.
Mr McLean, have you got much more?
I've got 1.5 paragraphs.
Go on then.
The flood risk assessment has not been updated to reflect the foul water connection to Ivory Road. This will impact 500 households along Ivory Road and St Michael's Place. The flood risk assessment said it was going to go out onto Fountains Place. All the drawings, latest drawings, show it going out onto Ivory Road. Anglian Water said they're going to have to upgrade 6 of the manholes and the connecting pipes, and that's going to affect 500 residents if it's not done on time. The site does not comply with cycle and pedestrian routes for safety and width for accompanying children. There are no conditions added to today to resolve the above material matters I've raised. There are outstanding conditions from the outline planning application to be completed.
I think that's time now.
Are they included in this report, or are they going to? Are they carried forward?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You let me know on that, will we? Okay. Just for clarity, obviously, when we come to other speakers, they'll also be offered another minute over, as I offered Mr McLean the same, so as it's fair. Okay. Members, questions, please, at all from Mr McKean? Any questions? No. I'll ask you one. What's been the response to, you obviously had a lot of dealings with officers, as you've said. What's been the response to the fact that you consider the drain to be dangerous?
I think most residents feel that it's a problem. The parish council do. They feel it's a problem. They've actually presented this as well as being a problem. The idea, it used to be a tarmac footpath in earlier plans, but the IDB people said you can't have a tarmac footpath because our machinery's got to drive over it. So therefore it's reverted in the latest plans back to grass. So we've got this distance from here to there, which is grass, which is just got this wooden track on it, and what we need is a safety fence the other side of that, because the machineries need that, and what's needed after that is the cycleway and footpaths.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else got any questions? No. Thank you very much, Ms. Mickey.
Thank you. Thank you, members.
Right. Okay, could I call on George Wilkinson and Georgina McRae, please? Okay. Welcome to you both. Welcome to committee. As you've already heard me say, you will actually have an extra minute. You'll have 6 minutes in this case to make it fair. And that starts once you actually press your mic button. 30 seconds to go. The Democratic Service Officer will remind you. Okay? So when you're ready.
Perfect, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm George Wilkinson, a planner for Allison Homes, and with me is Georgina McRae, Planning Director. We are here as applicant and developer to support this application for 265 homes in Ivory Road I. The site is allocated in the Peterborough Local Plan and was granted outline planning permission in December last year. The outline permission secures matters of access, overarching design principles, public open space provision, cycle and pedestrian connectivity, as well as highway works to improve the safety on Ivory Road, as secured in the outline planning permission and the Section 106 agreement. The application before you today is for the detail reserve matters of appearance, landscape, scale and layout. The site will deliver 265 houses with a mixture of 2-bed terrace to 5-bedroom detached properties, including 30% affordable housing, making a notable contribution to the housing land supply and affordable provision in Peterborough. The development will also secure 1 hectare of land for the expansion of I Church of England Primary School, as well as allotments, nearly 3 hectares of public open space. The development will also contribute over £1.3 million towards local infrastructure improvements through the Community Infrastructure Levy. Allison Homes have worked closely with your officers and statutory consultees since November 2022 with a series of pre-application advice and PAD meetings. This resulted in a number of improvements being made to the scheme, including additional SUDS features, improved play proposals through the provision of both the LEAP and mini goals, and improved landscaping through the increase in tree planting, with a total of 225 trees now proposed, helping enhance biodiversity on site. During the application, the LLFA, residents and the Parish Council raised concerns regarding the surface water drainage strategy, and specifically the maintenance and management of some existing surface water features on site. Allison Homes have provided an updated, detailed drainage strategy to address these concerns, and all retained non-IDB owned riparian ditches will have easements outside of plot boundaries to allow for maintenance of ditches and pipes by the management company. The LLFA and IDB have confirmed that they have no objection to the Reserve Matters application subject to conditions, and outline condition 15, which secures the site-wide surface water drainage details, have been submitted to and received no objections from the LLFA or IDB, subject to providing further information. As outlined in the committee report, the development will secure policy-compliant affordable housing provision at 30%, and all housing will be built in line with building regulations M42 to provide accessible and adaptable houses. 5% of houses will also be built as M43 wheelchair adaptable standards, and several discussions has taken place with the affordable housing team to ensure this provision meets the housing need. The scheme will provide energy-efficient homes, with all homes achieving an EPC rating of a B or higher, and every house will have an electric charging point, solar panels, and air source heat pumps to provide sustainable homes. Allison Homes have worked closely with the Planning Authority and consultees to positively address all comments raised, and the proposal in front of you today has no objections raised by technical statutory consultees. The proposals represent a high-quality development, and we hope that members are able to support the officer's recommendations. Finally, I would like to thank Molly for her comprehensive report and commitment to this application, and Georgina and I are happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, have any questions, please? Councillor Hogg?
I wonder if you could clear up this issue with the lack of safety fencing. It says here in the report that the IDB have said that there should be a safety fence. Can you maybe explain why there isn't, or is it that it's this other reserved matters thing? Is it dealt with that?
There is a safety fence proposed on the western side of that IDB ditch. The IDB have requested one side remains clear of any obstruction to allow for their machinery to carry out the maintenance they require. It's the same with the trodden path point. We're in a difficult position in terms of what we can and can't do within that easement, and we can't erect fences or resurface anything within that easement.
Maybe you can explain how it is that you need a safety fence for one side but not the other, because if you're saying that one side needs
safety fencing to stop people from falling in. How is it that you can then turn around and say, but you don't need it for the other side? It just seems to be goes against logic, really.
Can I just defer to Molly in terms of the IDB point? I'm not sure the IDB have requested the fence. I think we've put that on because that's what we think is the right thing to do. I believe that we had to push the IDB to get that approval.
Have to come to questions. Yeah, that'll have to come at questions then, Councillor. All right? Okay. Yeah, we can, but that will come at a separate point, not at this point. Anybody else got any questions? Yes, Councillor Fitzgerald.
So, folks, you've sat and listened to the ward councillors, which LPT 40 and some other issues that have raised. In direct response to any of those things that were said, and there were quite a few things, this will be an opportunity to address those directly in what you heard. I think the case officer, but we'll come to that, has done quite a good job, but particularly LP 40, which the councillors referred to, and anything else you think perhaps came up that's not in the report that needs an answer.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. That's helpful. I'll let George cover the parking point. I know that's something him and Molly have worked closely on. In terms of the other points, I think a lot were to do with obviously this IDB easement that we've just touched upon and the highways improvements. So there are a number of highway improvement works that are secured as part of the outline planning permission. They're either secured to come forward as a pre-commencement condition or as a pre-commencement section 106 obligation. So we're never going to form part of this reserve matters application. They are details that are being worked on at the moment with the Highways Authority, and they will come forward before we commence on site. But as far as this application goes, they're not part of the consideration. They will be brought forward. There's improvements to a 3-metre footway cycleway, obviously connecting from the northern boundary of the site to Thorney Road and then along Thorney Road. There's improvements to bus stops and improvements to Ivory Road itself in terms of improving the safety on there. There's a zebra crossing and a traffic regulation order, all to come forward before we start on site.
Yeah, just regarding the visitor parking, so we acknowledge that we have a shortfall of 19 visitor parking spaces, but every single plot has a minimum of 2 on-plot parking spaces. All 5 beds have 4 parking spaces, and 5% of the 4 beds have 4 parking spaces as well. We have also provided 156 garages, which, as Molly mentioned earlier, are in compliance with the Peterborough City Council guidelines in the local plan to be 6 by 3 metres internally, allowing them to be used as parking. So we feel, and as mentioned in Molly's report, that sort of as an on balance there is sufficient amount of parking on plots to cover for visitors. The visitor parking spaces have also been sort of manoeuvred around the site to be, as Molly mentioned earlier, to be focused around POS and the school area. So and that's been sort of in consultation with local highways as well, who don't have an objection to the amount of visitor parking spaces.
There was a suggestion in previous contributions that it was neither enhanced or of high quality. What makes your development enhanced and high quality then?
We obviously comply with the outline parameters. We comply with the LTM 120. It's a very well connected scheme. The outline permission does secure a lot of highway benefits. We're working very closely with the primary school. We're meeting with them next week in terms of making sure this development comes forward in a time frame that allows them to expand and provide for capacity that I believe needed at the moment. In terms of the scheme itself, we are over providing on public open space. We've got endorsement from the wildlife officer in terms of this being a well-designed scheme from a biodiversity perspective, and the homes are very sustainable. As George said in his 3 minutes, they're all proposed to be powered air source heat pumps, so there's no gas proposed on here. We're not trying to squeeze every last plot of gas we can out of this site. All have electric vehicle charging points, solar panels, and we're providing policy compliant affordable housing. It's a massive contribution to Peterborough's housing need, and we feel from a design, policy and outline compliance perspective, it's a well thought through scheme.
Councillor Hogg.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So you talk about the school needing more capacity to grow. Surely quite a large part of that actually comes from this development itself. And so essentially you're really providing that room for growth in order to service the needs of the people that will be living on this site. Talking about this pathway that goes to the back of the school at 3 metres, that's the minimum requirement, and that's a minimum requirement for a path. This is obviously going to be a well-trod path because it's going to be a main route into the school by not just from this development but the developments to the north. Do you not think that that particular path kind of screams out for extra width in order to incorporate the fact that you're going to have a large volume of children and parents and pushchairs basically using that path on a daily basis?
I will go back to the outline again, and the 3 metres is secured through the outline permission. It's worth noting that the 3 metres is just along the northern part of that carriageway, but to the south there is a 2 metre footpath, so a separate footpath, which obviously is in addition to that 3 metre combined. In short, we meet the requirements of the Highway Authority and the outline planning permission in all instances.
But minimum is not enhanced, is it? The two are not. You wouldn't say something that was a minimum would be enhanced, because enhanced suggests more than, rather than, unless you're saying it's more than something that's not compliant.
Okay. Anybody else got any questions? Yes, Councillor Ramsey.
Thank you, Chair. What is the location of affordable houses on the? Are they in one side of the dwellings or are they spread equally?
The location of the affordable housing are plotted around the scheme. I've been in contact with the affordable housing team at Peterborough City Council just to make sure that the locations identified are suitable for them, and it is. So there's no more than 20 affordable homes in one cluster.
Yeah, carry on.
In terms of parking, visitor parkings, is that available near the affordable housing? Because I feel that often the affordable houses are left behind in that sense. What is the spread of the parking allocation for visitors?
I believe Molly is getting the parking plan up on the screen, so it probably helps us to refer to it. So the visitor parking is focused around the open space area. However, affordable units are in the vicinity as well. So they do have the ability to use that visitor parking. It's not like we're sort of segregating it from them.
Sorry, I'm just writing down notes. Sorry. Yes, Councillor Skipstead.
Just a quick question, thank you. How much of the affordable housing is social housing?
Say 70-30 split in favour of affordable rent, as per Peterborough City Council guidance.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions at all? No? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. Okay, we'll go straight, while they return to the seats, we'll go to questions for officers. Councillor Hogg.
I think I've already asked the question. It's to do about, so it's just clearing up this thing about the separate reserved matters for drainage. Does that include safety railing, or are we supposed to be dealing with the safety railing here? And then, so if that is the case, why is safety railing on one side but not on the other?
So the drainage is a discharge condition. This one's a reserve matters, so they'll be separate. But the Lead Local Flood Authority has reviewed this scheme in terms of the layout of the drainage and is satisfied with the principles. So then the condition is just determining the finer technical details. In terms of the IDB drain, there's no requirement from the outline or from the IDB to have that safety fencing along the drain. The fencing that's proposed is a 1.2 metre bow top railing, and that's really just to differentiate between the road, bin collection areas, and then the drain. The 9 metre easement on either side has been landscaped, or proposed to be landscaped, as a meadow grassland, so it wouldn't be a mown cut path area of grassland to allow play anyway. It would be quite a tall grassland, wildflowers within it. It would have a mown or a trodden path like there is currently for the public right of way. So again, it wouldn't change from the existing character or the existing relationship that it has with the drain, and it wouldn't support play. So that's why we've taken the view that there isn't a safety risk there. We're not encouraging children to use that area. We've provided open spaces across the development instead. The IDB have asked for a permanent unrestricted access required adjacent to the drain, so they haven't specified the need for that. And if I just would allow me to clarify, Chair, the Section 106 outline, Section 106 that was secured on the outline includes the public right-of-way improvements, but that's actually not within this reserve matters. So that was the area I was talking about earlier down here, and that's up to 4 metres. It does include the route to the school, which again is 3 metres, so it's all compliant with the Section 106. This area, this public right-of-way down here, was not secured to be upgraded or changed in any way from what it currently is. It wasn't secured under Section 106 to be that. So essentially all they're doing is maintaining it in its current format, because there are other elements in place, such as the IDB needing to maintain that drain to prevent flooding.
Any other questions for officers? Councillor Rush.
Thank you, Chair. We've heard a lot of the speakers saying this is not compliant with LP40. Could you comment on that, please?
Yep, so LP40 was assessed in full compliance under the outline permission when you was looking at the quantum of development, the access routes, and like what I've talked about in the securing of the Section 106, so all of those enhanced site and course detailed design with highways, because it would be like a pathway that would need to be designed to meet LTM 120. It would need engineer input and consultation with the local highway authority. Essentially, it would kind of go beyond the remits of what we would secure under a planning permission and enter into the realms of highways agreements. So the decision, I believe, from there was to separate that off from the layout, appearance and design of this. We'll still get the information, it will just be under a separate reserve matters.
Well, that was Highways who suggested that.
No, it's just, that's what I understand, is that was their approach, the developer's approach, but it goes into more of a technical matter. Okay. There's also Section 106 obligations to bring that forward as well, so it won't be missed as such, it's just... Yeah, so there is also a phasing plan under the outline to be secured by conditions, so...
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Any other questions? Anybody? No?
If I may, Chair, can I just have one other point?
Certainly, if you've got a few points to answer.
Yeah, sorry, I just made a list. So just to reiterate, the highway access drainage, the access details into the site were approved on the outline, and we do have an access drawing. There was a transport assessment submitted with the outline, and that was assessed and accepted by our highway authority, and it was taken to committee with no highways objections. Within that, it was assessed... sorry, I'll just find the section. The transport assessment concluded that additional traffic from the development of up to 300 dwellings would not unduly impact on the surrounding local and strategic highway network. So the highways implications of this development has been considered. The foul water drainage similarly is to come forward under a discharge condition, but we have consulted Anglian Water and they're satisfied with the scheme that's been presented, so there's no objections from them in terms of where the flows are directed or the capacity of the network. I think that was all my matters, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, good. Any further questions? Yes, Councillor Gibson.
Can I just ask, when you say that the highway, so there would it wouldn't cause any problems having another 300 houses there, but how do they reach that conclusion that it wouldn't cause any traffic difficulties with that many more cars involved?
So they've submitted a transport assessment, which is where they would review in detail. The technical details of that are probably best passed to our highways department in terms of whether they use modelling and things like that, but it has been assessed in terms of the additional capacity of this development onto the site.
Through you, Chair. I think just to clarify that, the conclusions of the transport assessment that was submitted was that 300 dwellings could be accommodated. As the Highway Authority, we did take a slightly different view, which was that there was limited scope to improve the vehicular highways in the vicinity of the site, and that's why there's the emphasis on the sustainable travel options and improving those. What Molly says is correct. We didn't raise any objections to the outline application when it came to planning committee because we were satisfied that the conditions and the improvements to the cycleways and facilities for walking and cycling as a result of the application and those secured under the conditions and the section 106 would alleviate the issues from the additional dwellings, because the majority of facilities within the village would be accessible easily by walking and cycling, and the improvements would encourage those facilities to be accessed by sustainable means rather than driving to and from.
Okay. Yeah. Good. Just a quick question, really, from my point of view on this. With the visitor parking that's there, obviously there's a, you know, people are a little bit concerned about the shortfall. The visitor spaces themselves, is there any way that they can be protected, or is it just open to public and somebody can just leave a car in there forever type thing?
We can't restrict who doesn't park in them. They are there intended just for public use, so anyone could park there, whether they're visiting the property or just visiting the park. That is the intention of visitor spaces, yeah.
And the intention, I guess, is for this to be adopted
yes,
roadways?
That's how they've intended.
So it would be controlled by
highways.
PCC and
Yeah.
highways and this. Okay, thank you. Right, good. Any other questions? No, shall we go to debate then? Who would like to start some debate on this one, please? Anybody? Councillor Fitzgerald, you know you're smiling. You want to get in.
It was him putting
I
me
know,
off.
I was waiting to see which one it was.
Okay, so a couple of things just on this, the enhanced stroke quality Christian was going on about. To me, it's not about the footpath, just because one element is not enhanced. I think I heard from the applicant about the scheme being enhanced with boilers and, you know, heat pumps and solar panels and quality and enhanced. I'm not just hanging it on that the footpath, which I believe we've already agreed to in terms of the size of it, so we shouldn't even talk about it unless the applicant wants to volunteer to make it better. Common sense tells me that the IDB will need access to both sides of that drainage ditch to get diggers in. That's why one side can't be fenced off. That is common sense. And it's actually the proposal to put one side in is actually a sensible suggestion for residents rather than required by the IDB or anybody else. I suppose you could argue that it's slightly more dangerous because there are more people around, but at the moment those drains are there and they have nothing to stop kids slipping in them or anybody else for that matter, and kids play in fields. That's what happens. But again, mitigated by the fact of the natural landscaping that I'm being told is left there, it won't encourage kids to play near it, no more than it would now. So I think I was convinced by the suggestion of it being a high quality development, and I know Alison Holmes in terms of their work, and they're not bad builders. I don't believe that at all. So I believe it would be a good development of quality. The enhanced position, we could drill down into the detail, but to me, heat pumps and all those other things, the development won't overly impact the highways network. And I think Heather Skipstead there asked a question about highways and how we come to that. Well, we pay those professional officers to evaluate transport plans when they're put forward. So I would never sit here and question it. Well, maybe occasionally, but the norm is we must rely on our professional team to come up with their own conclusions and recommendations. And whilst this application is, again, on balance and not perfect, we do need housing. And we all know that. And we also need affordable housing. And it's good to see that there is that 30% commitment within here, because sometimes there isn't, as we might hear in an application to come. So I think that it's difficult, but I don't see any reason personally why I would go against officer's recommendation in this case. And I heard the councillor's words to defer. To defer what? For what? What we could have asked the applicant to do, or the developer, is give up more land that they've already allocated to public open space or to the school. So you can't have it always. They could have put more parking in, but it had to come from somewhere. So at the moment, what we've got before us is what we must decide upon, is my view. But I'm obviously happy to listen to other members. I hope that helps, Chair, in kicking it off.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Sherwood. It certainly does. Councillor Mahmood.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I'd like to second what Councillor Fitzgerald had just said. I think this is a fantastic application, and I don't see any reason why I would, object to this application as it stands.
Thank you, Councillor Hogg.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I kind of was maybe slightly over harsh with my questioning. I don't know, but it is our job to test and sort of ask questions so that we can make proper decisions. So there are aspects of this development that I'm not overly keen on, I have to say. In fact, I think I may have voted against the previous one for the outlying application, but that's not going to cloud my judgment in any way to do with the matter that's before us. In terms of the matter before us, it would be nice if the pathway was a bit wider for the school, because I think it would be really quite useful, because it's going to be a well-used path for children coming and going. So if I had the ability to influence that, then I would certainly do so. Are we able to? No, we're not. So, and as just been said, ultimately, this is a lovely development. Could I see myself living there? Absolutely. There's nothing wrong with the way the houses are laid out, and it looks like a really lovely development. I think the fact that they're sort of giving up land to the school, it's not completely kind of altruistic. Ultimately, the school needs to expand because of the size of this development. So, as far as I'm concerned, the fact that we've got the affordable housing in there, big tick box, as Councillor Fitzgerald alluded to, it is quite frequent that we find developers coming and trying to kind of chance their arm or try to get out of that obligation. So it's quite refreshing to see an application of this size making sure that they are doing that, and the enhancements on the houses with heat pumps, etc., I think will be really good. So whilst there are a few elements to this development that I'm uneasy about, in terms of planning reasons and in terms of what is actually before us today, I have to say I'm going to have to go with the officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hogg. Councillor Ranjit, you're next, I think, and then.
Thank you, Chair. I had my concerns over the parking availability for the visitors, but considering that the availability of affordable houses, and obviously the houses are in need, and the also the land given to the school and the availability of the green spaces available as well. So overall, I am in favour of this development in that sense.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Warren.
Thank you, Chair. So when I was looking at the application, I was looking at the highways application of the right plan, looking at the affordable housing, the design and amenity. We heard from the councillors talking about LP40, the width of the path, the consultation on the plans, and how the adoption of the highways doesn't fall within this requirement. I believe that we've actually demonstrated from that actually the width and the widths of the path will be discussed later with the highways constitution, as well as looking at the street lighting and looking at probably encourage that the highways will look at improving the pathways that we have. We also discussed about the safety of the fence, and I understand that we would probably all would like to see that that fence would be covered, but we understand that in practicality that we need to make sure that we keep part of this accessible for works to do the drainage. This is already sitted out there without no fencing. I'm happy that with the boundaries that we're going to put in place by creating long grass, natural meadows, will create a much safer barrier than what it is and a much more looking and a pleasing sight to what it is to create that amenity in what we have. We've heard from Alison Holmes about what they're doing about providing a good quality housing, about providing heat pumps, providing solar housing, about what it can be to create good affordable housing in that area right now. We've talked also a lot about visitor parking, and I think we've discussed that quite in means. We understand that we have those concerns about being allowances of 19 short on what we have, but obviously we have a lot of those houses that have a lot of additional parking would normally not be accessible in normal plans of what we've seen. And looking at all what's going in reports and what has been said, I can't see any reason why to refuse this application. So I will go with the officer's recommendation on this application.
Thank you, Councillor Warren. Anybody else wish to come in the debate? Councillor Rush.
Thank you, Chair. This looks like a good quality scheme. The developers are giving up land for open space, for the school, for the allotments. There are things that's issues with the fencing that cannot be changed. I think Molly's done a fantastic job with the developers to sort out a lot of things. Very exceptional planning officer, I must say. Shouldn't say that really, but I am doing. And I think as I say, this is a very good scheme and I will be voting for it.
Thank you, Councillor Rush. Anybody else? Councillor Skibstead.
Yes, I would agree with my colleagues on this. I believe it's a very high quality development, particularly keen on the heat pumps, solar energy and so on. I found it very helpful to hear the answer from the highways officer regarding sustainable travel and that it's quite close to amenities. So that answer was very helpful to my decision, and I will be going with the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments in the debate? No? Okay, I'll say my bit then. I think it's all been said, really. This is a reserve matters, as has been explained to you, appearance, landscaping, layout and scale. The appearance looks great. I don't think anybody's got anything to say negative about that. Landscaping, layout, scale, they all seem to be good. Open space is bigger than it needs to be. So, there is more than necessary. The affordable housing has been mentioned. Of course, that's something we've always been crying out for, and they're going to meet that standard. The enhancements of heat pumps, solar panels, EV charging, and of course the allotments nearby are all great and very welcome. I am personally very vexed about this drain. But having said that, it's there now. It's been there for a number of years. And there are drains all over the city where I can think of things like that where there's no fence. So, but I am comforted by the fact that we have mentioned it being meadow-type land with wildflowers. And if it's not condition case, I think all those sort of questions are best part answered. And I think the development overall is high quality. And there's certainly not enough reason. Remember, in planning it is yes, unless there's really big reasons why not. I don't think there's enough big reasons to say no. So in my view, I think it does everything that needs to, and I'll be following the officer's recommendation and approving. So without any, unless anybody's got anything else to say, I'm going to look for a proposal. Anybody else got anything else? No proposal from anybody? Councillor Fitzgerald, please.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I think this is a perfect example of, you're quite right to say it should be yes, unless there's a very good reason to say no. And our officers working with the developer over a number of months to bring it into compliance, because you'll note it wasn't. So well done to the officer team, particularly Molly, for doing that, for getting the application compliant, as has been explained today, both in person and in writing. So I'm happy to propose, Chair, that we go with the officer recommendation on this occasion, and that's all I have to say.
Could I just add at that point, would that include the condition that it remains?
So if there is a way to condition it, Chair, sure, yes.
Would you be all right with that?
Yeah, so there is a landscaping condition proposed, but I can make sure that there's wording in there to secure those meadow grasslands in a management.
Nettles, the word.
With that? Yeah.
Nettles.
Nettles, that'll keep them off.
Plant some of them.
That'll keep them off, nettles and thistles. Okay, bear in that mind, do we have a seconder based on that? Councillor Mahmood. Okay, so we have a proposal and a seconder. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour of the proposal? Yeah, we won't go for the rest then. There's no against or abstentions unless somebody's going to quickly shove their hand up. No. So Karen, please, to the result.
Thank you, Chair. That plan application is unanimous, so therefore carried.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Right. We'll move to the second item on the agenda now. Second on the agenda, item 5.2 relates to Guild House on Oundle Road in Woodston. And once Molly is ready, we'll go to introduce that item.
Molly again. You're the good star after the day.
Preston too will start talking to you. We don't get this.
She'll want a pay rise.
When you're ready, Molly.
Thank you, Chair. So the second item today is at Guild House, which is located on Oundle Road. And this is for the change of use of a Class F1A, which is an educational facility, and the conversion of that to 90 apartments, and then the construction of 4 blocks around the surroundings of this building to form a further 38 apartments. I should also note that the existing Guild House building would be extended to create an additional storey, and that houses 13 apartments as well. Just moving to the update report, it's just really for clarity to highlight the application was called in by Councillor Thorborn, and apologies that was missed off of the reasoning, but it was called in on the grounds of drainage concerns, design, affordable housing and highway safety. Also just to highlight that Peterborough Civic Society had made comments on the application. Unfortunately these were taken into the public representations and not included in the report on their own. But there was no significant concerns raised in regards to the conversion of the locally listed building. There were 6 public representations further received since the submission of the committee report. I've highlighted those material considerations and I've addressed those which weren't already previously covered in the officer report. And then it's just to highlight there's been an update to condition 19. It's just some slight wording change to align with the technical note that came in after the submission of the committee report as well. And the application is recommended for approval subject to the signing of Section 106 to secure open space contributions, but I'll come to those later on. Right, so this slide highlights the site's location. I'll just wait. The site's location. You can see the Guild House building. It's a locally listed building within Peterborough. It's located within our urban area and in close proximity to the city centre, but the site itself is not in the city centre boundary. You can see Oundle Road. Oh, apologies, put my laser on. You can see Oundle Road down here on the south. You've got residential properties off Jubilee Street, again on Wharf Road, Farnborough Close, and then you've got a public right-of-way which runs along this section of the site and then cuts across here and then, well, sorry, it currently follows a pathway on the northern side of the access road and then goes down to Wharf Road. And again, it's just showing an aerial image so you can get a feel for where there are currently green areas on the site, so open space parcel at the front, and then the residential property surrounding. And this is the proposed site plan. So you can see the Guildhouse building remains sort of the prominent position on the site, and the proposed blocks surrounding are behind that principal elevation. The open space to the front is maintained. These are the proposed elevations for Guildhouse. Take note of the additional storey which is placed on the top of the building. So that's inset by 2.3 metres from the front elevation of the building. So it won't visually sit as flush with the front elevation, but that's to create a degree of separation between the main prominence and the desire of that locally listed building and then the additional built form. It's also just to highlight this is a side elevation. This section here, there's some infill built form going in there just to make best use of the space, but there will still be an inset design between the front elevation and the front section of the building and the rear projections, and that's on both sides of the building. So this just gives you an idea of the existing building and its appearance. So you can see the difference between the existing and proposed is minimal. They're keeping a lot of the features which render this a locally listed building, so the linear fenestration, the cladding. Again, the significance would largely remain through this conversion. We have got some changes. This existing ramp on the front of the building would be removed, and this open space will be retained, but there will be parking along the front of the building as well. So again, I just wanted to show you this side elevation of Guildhouse. So these are the particular sort of infill sections I was talking about. So it won't come out to the full front elevation of the building again. It will be inset just to keep that separation between the forms. Right, so we'll move on to the blocks surrounding. So I'll show you the locations. So first of all, we've got Block A, which is in the northwest corner. And these are the proposed elevations for Block A. So these again are following sort of the form of Guildhouse, but going of a more modern design. These are 3-storey buildings, and they would house 9 2-bedroom apartments. Again, you've got Block B, and this interrelates with Block A and the public right-of-way. And again, these are 9 2-bedroom apartments. Block C. There were revisions to Block C, in particular because of the visibility from St Augustine's Walk and Wharf Road. So this is an image taken from that walk. You can see Guildhouse is quite clearly visible. There is a great vantage point into the site. It is across third-party land, but also from the public right-of-way as well. So we wanted to maintain that as far as possible. So now what you'd have is Guildhouse in the background, and in the foreground would be Block C. And that was designed into an L-shaped form, and the elevation in particular with the red arrow, this here will be what you see from Wharf Road and the neighbouring street scenes. So again, it's addressing that. Block C in particular is quite a sensitive location, but has to address 3 points of visibility. So you've got the Wharf Road, the public right-of-way, and then you've got the Guildhouse internal street as well. So again, it has been designed to make sure that there is active frontage on all elevations, but also minimising glazing to prevent unacceptable residential amenity. And then finally, Block D. This was also revised through the application, and it follows the footprint of Guildhouse now, taking note of the existing building on site, but also shifting its location to consider cathedral views. So Block D would be located in this area, so you can sort of see the difference between the 2-storey properties that are on Swain Court and then the Guildhouse building itself. This would have an additional storey, and Block D would be located in the centre. And then again, this is just the view of the cathedral spires that we wanted to protect from development. So again, the location of Block D has been shifted so that we could keep this view from Oundle Road. And these are Block D elevations. So again, following the same sort of form and design as the other blocks surrounding. So just moving on to the main considerations. So the principle of this, first of all, converting the Guildhouse building. So in relation to the loss of the F1 or educational facility, this has fallen under the term of a wider term of community facility, and we've considered it under policy LP30. So it's met our tests within the local plan. There's alternate provision within Peterborough, the new ARU campus, and there's no longer a need for this community facility. Therefore, the conversion is accepted. In terms of affordable housing, section 5.3 of the officer report, committee report, has highlighted in detail what the position is in regards to affordable housing. So what you'll note is the Guild House building was subject to vacant building credit, and that's something that is prescribed within the National Planning Policy Framework. So that means that 77 units were automatically removed from the subject of affordable housing. That then left the 13 units in the additional storey and the four blocks that were surrounding. However, in accordance with our policy LP8, a financial viability appraisal was submitted with the application, and that's been robustly justified in terms of looking at sales values, abnormalities for costs on this site for conversion and build, and also the benchmark land value. We have scrutinised that. We've also had an independent consultant scrutinise it as well. So the council has reached the conclusion that it would be unviable to deliver affordable housing on this site, and as such, we haven't got affordable units prescribed in those remaining within the blocks that surround or the additional level. This has been, as I've mentioned, this has been extensively reviewed, and the council are satisfied that there is compliance with policy LP8 in respect of the extreme demonstration of viability concerns. So just moving on to highway safety. So we've got two existing access points off Oundle Road, and these will remain through the developments. These images here just highlight the access points. They're existing adopted highway. Again, on this image to the left, you'll see a red line. This just marks the location of the proposed 2-metre wide footpath that will be alongside the open space. So it will remove part of the open space parcel, but the impact is considered to be minimal, considering the benefits it would provide for connectivity for the site. And then another key factor that's been through this development is the public right-of-way. So as I mentioned before, it currently follows a pathway along this boundary, and as you would have seen from the site visit, it's a fenced pathway. It's not very inviting or safe. The proposed development seeks to divert this pathway to the back of Guild House. There would be pedestrian crossing points, and then it would connect back onto Wharf Road. We have proposed a condition, condition 19, which secures the finer detail of this pathway, but the actual legal diversion is a separate matter to the planning consent. But this pathway would be upgraded to 3 metres to meet LTM 120 compliance. So again, this would enhance and improve the public right-of-way connectivity through the site. It would also then join into Flamborough Close, and it would then connect into the existing pathways, so it's just off the screen, but down to Jubilee Street. In terms of parking provision, again, this site has a shortfall of resident parking provision, but this has been robustly justified with transport assessments, and it's been reviewed by our local highway authority. We have reached a conclusion of 1 space per unit, so that equates to 138 resident parking spaces and 24 visitor parking spaces. But in also to balance out with this shortfall of parking, there are provisions and an encouragement for more sustainable modes of transport. So cycle parking provision would be in excess of what our minimum standard would be. That again is secured from conditions 21 to 23. So they secure a parking management plan to prevent issues in terms of vehicular parking, a travel plan to encourage sustainable modes of transport, and then the cycle parking provision, as I mentioned earlier. So the proposal positively addresses all street scenes and public vantage points within the site, so whether that's the neighbouring street scenes or the public rights of way. And it's been respectful towards the locally listed building which is present on site and it seeks to maintain. There are also listed buildings within the proximity on Oundle Road, and again, due to the locations of the development, they've respected the setting of those listed buildings, it's kept the openness to the front of the site, and again, kept those views to those listed buildings. From a residential amenity perspective, the scheme has been designed to consider both amenity levels of future occupiers but also existing residents that back onto the Guild House wider site. And in particular, we've looked at matters such as considering appropriate separation distances, window volumes and placement, the proximity of built form to boundaries, and overall access to private or public amenity space. Blocks D and C in particular have been revised to address amenity concerns from window placements, and there are conditions 27 and 28 which address obscure glazing or potential windows that have the ability to have conflict with those neighbouring properties. So overall, the council is satisfied that the scheme meets policy LP17 and there's an acceptable level of amenity for both future and existing occupiers. I would also just highlight that in terms of the conversion of the building, the Environmental Health Department flagged in terms of rooms which may not be compatible to be next to each other. How we appreciate it's a conversion, there are limitations on where the internal layout can be changed around. As such, we've applied a condition and highlighted exactly those apartments which may be at risk from noise, and there will be additional mitigation sought to combat any impacts that may occur from bedrooms joining onto kitchens. And finally, just to highlight again the open space. So we've kept the open space to the front of the site. There will be provisions for parking, and there will also be provisions for the footpath, as I mentioned before. I'll just go on to the next slide. You can see the parking area and then this footpath down this boundary. There is a landscape courtyard within the centre of the Guild House development, and again, there's just open amenity land surrounding the developments, which provides a benefit to public walking through, but also the residents that are living there. As all open space couldn't be accommodated on site, there will be an off-site contribution, and that is what's due to be secured by the Section 106. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Molly. Okay, call Councillor Thorburn, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Hi, Councillor Thorburn. You'll have 10 minutes when you're ready to address committee.
10 minutes?
And
Bore you to tears, I know.
30 seconds before the end, our officer will remind you when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Thanks for hearing me today. The development we're discussing today is going to have a significant impact on the area it is proposed to be in. The impact goes wider than that. It's an area of Victorian buildings. No off-street parking is predominant in the area. Oundle Road is full. The side streets are full, past full. If you try to get out of Silver Street at the moment, it's almost impossible. Sometimes of the day, the place is beginning to close down. Businesses, I spoke to lots of residents and businesses in the area, and I can assure I'm speaking on their behalf. Businesses are looking to move out of the area. Some already have because of access issues. The development itself, there was a very similar one 20, 30 years ago, twice actually, and they was both refused because of access highways issues. In essence, we've been waiting on Oundle Road for it to be upgraded for 30 years, and it's never been done. If you try to get even today, if you try to get out of that particular development area, it is very difficult at large parts of the day. And the old applications, it was seen as we need the upgrade and then we'll develop. The upgrades never come, so I'll be asking you as a mitigation that we actually upgrade Oundle Road before we do anything else on there, because it's coming to us. It is coming to a stop. I run a business around the corner and it is beginning to stop. Things are not flowing through there as they should. Part of what they was also talking about was the access to it on walking, on cycles, etc. The infrastructure in and around that particular area is broken. The path you were shown earlier, if you go anywhere right or left of that path, you can't ride a bike down there. Very few people will be able to. You have to be under 35 to walk down there. It is significantly broken. Fences falling down, paths broken. It's not there. Some of it's not paved anymore. So access in and out the site. On the front on Oundle Road, the access in and out the site is very difficult at present because of the congestion, but also because of the lack of the upgrade of Oundle Road. Part of that upgrade was supposed to bring in long-term footpaths that were sustainable. never happened. So the point I'm making is the impact is significant on the area, and we need to mitigate that. So we need to invest at last on Oundle Road, because the impact is wider. It's now, moving all the way down to Orton, almost the conflict that you're getting on there. But that particular area is very difficult. If the parking numbers stay the same, I can assure you that Wharf Road and Jubilee Street will shut down. When the university opened, they stopped allowing people to park on without paying, and the numbers going through there was about 25 cars a day. But it stopped everything. The whole area shut down. The school was constantly, 10 years ago, was constantly on the phone to me, how can we get access to the school? Teachers couldn't get in. It's closing down. We need to mitigate first. That's the point. If you do this, it will shut that area down and businesses will move out. I am actively looking at moving out the area because we can't actually run the business anymore there, because we just simply can't get access because it's just clogged. But that's the highways issue and the actually access issue, and the parking issue. I don't think parking needs to be more. I have deep concerns. Sorry? Oh, okay. I think he was waving at me. I also did concerns about the 106. We talked about some of the issues in the area. So the pressures are also on. I chair the charity that runs a community centre in the area, and 106 will be very helpful because we're at capacity. We're delivering things beyond what we're actually got the capability to, the capacity to do. So there's a number of communities, schools, community centres, charities, businesses, local residents groups that are having real issues, and they need investment because of the volume of people moving into the area. So it's beginning to creak. So the 106 concerns me that we're not getting the full 106 and the full investment, because this is, for me, there's a tipping point for the area. That's 106. There's also a bit about drainage and sewage that I'm concerned about. I personally have seen the issues down there. So sewage particularly, it seems to be at capacity. Well, one of the Anglia Water guys told me it's a capacity. Anglia Water is saying it's not, but I've seen it twice now, full out of capacity. We had a development around the corner where Anglia Water said exactly the same. We said what I'm saying right now. It took 7 years to resolve. 300 people lived in an area where 40% of the time it smelt like a sewage work, and that, because of the Victorian structure around it, I have concerns that's going to happen again. And I've seen it overflow, I've seen it break, and it's done it a couple of times that I've seen, and lots of people have mentioned it to me. So I have concerns, and I don't agree with the Anglia Waters on the sewage side. Rainwater, I think they can cope with. But I'm concerned about that aspect of it, and I disagree completely with Anglia Water on that. The parking levels we talked about, some of the size of the flats and stuff is a concern, but they're sort of within range, so won't spend too much time on that. The residents living down Wharf Road and Flamborough and Jubilee Street, all of them feel it's a huge change and a huge buildings, 3-storey buildings, multi-storey buildings, looking into their properties, and lots of them, for instance, on Jubilee Street, have because of the rejection a few years ago, they've actually changed that whole street's back garden. It's changed. They all spend time in the rear gardens now, because of what happened 20 years ago. It's all just people still live there from 20 years ago, and it's changed. That's going to have a huge impact. And it's difficult to describe what an impact that will be, but they all live their lives now, including their back gardens. And that didn't happen 20 years ago. So if you put a 3-4-storey building overlooking their back garden, it's going to completely and utterly change their quality of life, to be honest. And it's a concern. What I would like to see, I'm not against everything, what I'd like to see is, I'd like to see some commitment on Oundle Road. for the first time in 30 years. I'd also like to see some elements of the 106 and some community to actually enable this quite a big development to integrate into that area. If it goes in as it is, it won't integrate. It will cause all sorts of issues, and it will cause stresses and strains and breaks. I'm saying that from experience because we've seen it when they've done it before. But overall, overall it's a real stress issue for us, the Arundel Road. If you want to shut Arundel Road down, do this without any mitigation, it will shut down. We're going to have times of the day when it simply won't work. Also got concerns about affordable housing. Doesn't seem to be enough to me. We need to get that into line. Viability issues keep popping up around 106 and affordable homes. We seem to get the issue resolved elsewhere, but we're struggling along Arundel Road. Feels like we're being picked on, to be honest. I think you can get 106 and get all your bits and pieces elsewhere in the city, but we struggle down there. So everyone's doing it to us, not for us. So it's a concern. But overall, the point I'm trying to make, it's a big impact. It's going to cost either infrastructure, it's going to cost us in mitigation later on, or it's going to cost us in just pure breakdown of some of the services that we actually offer. So the community centre, I chair that charity. If we get any more, we're going to creak. So that'll actually end up stopping. So the point I'm making is too big of an impact, too costly for the local authority, and too costly for the people that already live there. So I'd like you to send it away and ask them to come back with a better idea. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Thorburn. I was going to ask for questions. Councillor Hogg's already in.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Sorry to sound like I'm kind of picking on you here, but I feel that your speech talked in very general terms. You were talking about how Arundel Road had been under-resourced. Literally, the piece of tarmac outside of this site has been done in the last week. So the whole of Arundel Road has been I'm sure Councillor Fitzgerald drives down that road on a daily basis. He will be able to concur on that issue that there's been some huge amounts of money spent on resurfacing, to the point where I'm really quite jealous about how much resurfacing is being done in that area compared to in my ward. But we won't get into kind of side issues. You kind of touched on overlooking on properties, but you didn't really kind of go into specifics about which building was overlooking which properties. We're not hearing anything about essentially planning reasons for refusal. And arguably, I mean, we had a training session just earlier, and I think a lot of the councillors were saying that actually we need to have proper training for non-planning councillors, so that we can be very direct people when they are coming to committee to talk about the reasons for rejecting. That you need to talk very much and very clearly about specific planning reasons for not allowing something. You talked about how the affordable homes situation wasn't quite. It's zero. They've come forward with zero. But you didn't make that point. You just talked about it wasn't quite what it could be. Well, actually, it's zero. I would be expecting you to be kind of jumping on that specifically as a planning consideration, because it goes against our local plan.
Councillor Hogg, can you whack a question in?
Sorry. So the point is, that have you got any planning reasons for why we should be rejecting?
Firstly, Arundel Road has been tarmacked. That is not what was promised 25 years ago. It's actually to manage the road better. So, for instance, on the front of this particular development, they were supposed to put traffic management in there. There's supposed to be cycleways, supposed to be new paths, different ways of working to allow that to free up. They haven't done that. They've tarmacked it, fair play, yeah. But the specific point about planning reasons, I mentioned I didn't agree with Anglia Water. I didn't agree with the design plan. I didn't agree with a number of different things. I'm not a planner. I'm giving you practical what people living on the ground are telling me and their issues they're having. And they all fall within various planning guidelines. I hope with your training you could actually interpret that and put it into the environment that you're trained on. That's my answer to that, to be honest.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
I'll try and be shorter than Christian. Sorry. But I think what he was saying, he's correct. You're very... Look, I do travel that road every day, and that's not a road I recognise that you were describing. Every day, and I've lived here for, God knows how, 40 odd years or more. So I know that area very well. I have no trouble parking for the barbers, I have no trouble parking for the cycling shop, I have no trouble doing all that. So I'm just giving you this. And I didn't hear any, so it's passionate you're talking about, but I didn't hear planning reasons. And again, to Labour Christian's point, and I'll couple of answers. Are you a drainage expert? Okay, so I can disagree with something, but it doesn't make me right. So we pay all these people around this table to give us advice, and Anglian Water are drainage experts. So you saying you don't agree, that's fine, you're entitled to do that. But I won't put any weight on that whatsoever in terms of planning. So I just wanted to ask you, you say significant impact, but I haven't heard you describe it or encapsulate it in any way in terms of planning reasons. Let me also ask you, would you not agree if it was in its current use and that had been maintained, there would be far more cars parking there today than what is being proposed? Yeah. Would you not agree?
No, the height of the university site there was 35 cars on site.
But that's not been the height of it, though. So it's what it's legally entitled to.
Yeah. The height of it, the height of it was that. Yeah, I know you want the height of it. The reality on the ground was 35 at the top end when it was actually busy, and there was 60 or 70 in the areas around.
If I'm asking you this: if somebody came along and said, "We're going to reopen this as an office, Guild Home Video, or whatever the hell it was, or the building company," they could probably have 200 cars on there. So what is being proposed is less than what is legally allowable. I'm just wanting you acknowledge that, okay? Because that would have the same impact, okay? But and also, sorry, Chair, indulge. Presumably, when you called this in or referred it to committee, had at that time you read the planning officer's report or spoke to the planning officer, because all the things that you're talking about have been mitigated in this report. You don't believe them?
I believe they've been mitigated, but not to the level that's required. What I'm seeing day in, day
by your
out.
own admission, you're not a planning officer?
No, I'm not a planning officer.
Okay, thank you.
That's why I explain it the way I do, because I'm not a planning officer. I explain it to what real people are telling me and real impacts on the ground every day. So I don't know what LP10 is, but I do know that more down Silver Street, or Jubilee Street rather, it can't get out of to hospital 4 days ago because it was full. You just couldn't get out of the street because of various issues. But fundamentally, it goes back to the infrastructure that has not been upgraded, that was promised 25 years ago when plans like this were rejected.
Councillor Skibstead. Councillor Fitzgerald. That's it.
Sorry?
No, Councillor Skibstead's on there.
Sorry, did you have another question?
No, sorry.
I just had a quick... You were saying about Jubilee Street, but I understand Jubilee Street is resident parking, so...
It's 8 hours a day, and it's a struggle.
Yeah.
Can I just...
Hang on, please.
It's a separate question.
I want to keep this to questions,
Yes,
not opinions. Opinions come in debate.
Okay, it was just a question.
If you want to say you don't agree with Councillor Thorburn, crack on in debate.
Okay.
But at this point, it's straightforward questions, please, on planning related.
I do have a question. So, in your opinion, what would be a better use of that building? Because obviously it's a building that's empty and needs to be used. What do you think would be better for that area than what's being proposed?
I would redesign. I'm not against actually developing the site. I'm for redesign. There's too much. There's too much going on in there, and it's impacting people that live around it. So for me, bring the heights down. Don't put the penthouse on the top. Just bring the volume of it down to enable us to integrate the whole process, and to ensure that we actually get the 106 type funds and everything else that will allow us to mitigate it, because it's not enough of it's there at the moment.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else before I ask a question? Councillor Rush.
Thank you, Chair. You said you'd like the Elder Road to be upgraded. They're doing this week, they're doing the tarmacking. In the past, they put cycleways in, which don't work, I know that. Because of the width of the road, there's you couldn't make the road any wider. So how would you upgrade the Elder Road?
So basically, the conclusion from the application many years ago was traffic management. There was parts of Elder Road that needed to change. So if you ever go down there, for instance, you've got the railway bridge, part of that. We've actually got some of it done. Some of the pipe works and stuff we got done a couple of years ago, well, not this year. But fundamentally, it's traffic management. If you can't get out of a street, or your business can't get a customer through the door. Me, for instance, I've got a small unit down there. You need to manage it, and that was the conclusion from 25 years ago. So, traffic lights, different methods, enabling cyclists to actually work. So that they were going to widen certain areas, paths were going to change. This was years ago, and it's never happened. I agree, we've had a bit of tarmac put down, but that's not traffic management. That's not actually managing Elder Road. Like I say, I run a business every day. I cannot get people in and out. I'm moving. I'm going to have to.
I think we've done that one. Thank you. Anybody else? I just want to push through on a few points here that actually are planning related. They're planning related matters now. I was going to ask you one. So, would you agree that the enhanced 3-metre footpath at the rear is an improvement?
No. It's going to stop at one end, and you've got the same problem at the other. So you've got a little nice path at the back of the building, but it takes you nowhere. You literally turn right and go towards Jubilee Street, it's broken.
Right, but that's not within this application.
No, I'm just saying. But
so the bit that's in between the two bad bits is an enhancement.
For what? It's a new path.
But it's an enhanced public right of way. Have you actually seen the footpath I'm talking about?
Regularly, yeah.
But you know that you can't say that I wouldn't even say it's a metre.
No, true. No. If you're saying that, is that physically going to enhance? Yes, it is along that piece.
Right.
But the whole point is, can you get access to and from the site? No.
But that's not what's in the application. It's only the bit.
But that's what I'm interested in. I'm just bringing that forward on it.
And the overlooking, I want to push you a little bit more on the overlooking, because you said about people's back gardens. Which bit in particular is overlooking, and where are we talking about?
Along Jubilee Street, they all now do things in the garden. So they're all very, very concerned, and the drawings that I've seen does feel like it's a big change, a big change in quality of life.
So do you actually know? I mean, I can see numbers there, but obviously you see the separation distances there, which I can obviously get officers to clarify. Is it just the fact that that's the built-up area that's the problem, not the distances?
It's the height of it. So I try to work out the distance, partly because you can't get through there. They're actually storing cars. But I try to work out the distance, and the height of it did feel like it was right and looking straight. Particularly the one, whatever address it is, she's got a nice glass back, and she lives in there. And when I was there, we were trying to work out where it's come to. It did feel like a significant impact on her, and with every neighbour, and it was the same for every neighbour.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I'm just trying to get to where you mentioned overlooking as such. Okay. Anybody else got any other questions for Councillor Thornborn? No. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time. And we did have another speaker, but unfortunately she's poorly, so she hasn't been able to attend. So we will move from that to Mr. Ben Saxby, Simon Machin, Lydia Hyde, please. Good afternoon all. Those who haven't been before, I know Simon has a few times. Old hat. You'll have 5 minutes between you when you're ready to address committee, and with 30 seconds to go, an officer here will remind you your time's nearly up. So when you're ready, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, councillors, for giving me the chance to speak on behalf of my clients in support of this planning application. Like everybody else this afternoon, I'd like to thank the case officer Molly Hood for her hard work and the proactive way in which she's dealt with the application to bring the scheme forward for your consideration, and also her colleague Sophia for it has been increased and the new build blocks have been reduced in footprint and moved further away from neighbours. The view of the cathedral on Oundle Road is now also preserved. This is a brownfield site in a sustainable urban location on a primary bus route and close to a wide range of facilities and services. Both local and national planning policy adopt a brownfield first approach, and the need for a step change in the delivery of new homes to address the housing crisis forms the focus of the new government's economic growth strategy. The development will help the council to meet its 5-year housing land supply, and the officer report concludes that the principle of development is acceptable. The scheme will achieve the long-term preservation and beneficial reuse of the currently vacant Guild House, a locally listed building, through its conversion to apartments and the addition of an extra floor which your conservation officer describes as successfully crowning the building. The new apartment blocks are of a high standard of design and respect their local context, and particularly the built form of Guild House itself. The officer report concludes that the scheme presents a well-balanced design of the wider site surrounding Guild House, allows the locally listed building to be the prominent focal point from the street scene. Chairman, car parking has been increased to a total of 162 spaces, including 24 for visitors, and there will be 212 secure cycle parking spaces as well. Your highway and planning officers have confirmed that the scheme is acceptable in terms of the level of car parking proposed, and that there will be no adverse impact on the local road network. Guild House is located on a designated cycle route, and this will be improved through the site, as you have already heard. There are also bus stops outside the site on Oundle Road. The scheme includes space on site for residents, including retention of the large green space in front of Guild House, which will be publicly accessible. The site will also be fully landscaped, and a financial contribution will be made to off-site open space provision as requested by your open space officer. All technical planning considerations have been addressed to the satisfaction of consultees, and the 31 conditions set out in the report will ensure that matters of detail are controlled. The apartments meet your local plan housing standards. Anglian Water have confirmed that the sewage network has adequate capacity to serve the development, and your drainage officers that surface water drainage discharge will be improved from the current situation. We have committed to undertaking an archaeological investigation of the site and will submit a construction management plan to ensure that any disturbance to residents is minimised during the construction process. We note the comments of some local residents and indeed Councillor Thulborn, but some of those matters, such as doctors and dentists, fall outside the remit of the planning process and equally could apply to all housing proposals in the city. Members, the application is recommended for approval, and I would again like to thank your officers for both their robust report, their challenge, which has been firm but fair, and their commitment to securing the highest quality scheme for the site. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, please, from any members? Councillor Hogg, then Councillor Fitzgerald.
Maybe you could give us a bit of meat on the bones with regard to this no affordable housing provision. What is specifically the kind of the challenges that this site provides or has that means that you are unable to meet that commitment in the local plan?
Thank you, Chairman. If I may answer that. So, not a case of chancing your arm or trying it on. The application is supported by a robust financial viability appraisal, which has been put through the mill, I think it would be fair to say, and Molly's smiling, by your independent viability expert, which my client has also paid for because that's the norm. So if you start at the simplest level, it's build cost versus value of the product that you're building. And this is not a greenfield site on the edge of a nice village like It's a brownfield site in a low value location. House prices here are less than they are in more affluent parts of Peterborough, so that impacts inevitably viability. There are also a number of abnormal costs associated with the development, and those are set out in the viability appraisal that we've provided and are accepted by both your planning officers and your viability expert. So, for example, and Mr Saxby can put more meat on the bones because he's the developer, Guild House is a locally listed building and we are keeping it rather than seeking to demolish and replace it. However, when it was constructed, they used, excuse my simple language, the wrong steel. So it requires significant structural reinforcement, not to add the extra floor, but to simply stabilise the building because it's corroding. So you have a detailed structural engineer's report submitted as part of the evidence about why that bit isn't straightforward. So when you convert a lot of buildings, you don't have to structurally reinforce them because there was a problem with the way it was built. This one, you do. From your site visit, you will have noticed that a lot of the site is covered in hard surfacing, car parks. That has to be dug up and replaced with buildings and permeable car parking. Again, you don't have that cost when you're building on a green field, because it's a green field. So you're not having to take stuff away and replace it with stuff. Added to that, there are the power upgrades for the site and also significant upgrades to improve drainage. So you've heard already that sewage isn't an issue. I think the connection's in either Jubilee Street or Wharf Road, I can't remember which. But in terms of surface water drainage from this site, there's no attenuation at present. It rains hard and it flows into the surface water sewer on Wharf Road. Under, I don't know whether you probably haven't got the drainage plans, Molly, but there are a significant number of attenuation tanks which have to be built under parking areas and roads to accommodate surface water, and then that's attenuated in terms of its flow, so you see a significantly better rate of discharge from the site in terms of surface water than is currently the case, because when it rains now, it just goes straight into the surface water sewer. That won't be the case. It will be held in attenuation tanks, which benefits everybody locally because there won't be flooding from the site in extreme weather events. I think I've captured most of the abnormals and the process, but Ben, is there anything I've missed?
I don't think there's any kind of other items. The only potentially significant one, as we've been going through the fire regulations for building control, is we need to install a brand new water main to the whole site as well, running around the whole shape of the U with 3 new hydrants to accommodate all the fire requirements. Other than that, Simon's covered them all off.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
I was going to ask the same as Christian, but I'd actually figured most of it out, because having known that building since I've lived here and having recently taken a good walk around it, whatever happens has got to be an improvement, because it's an awful building and it is locally listed, as you say, so it will present some challenges to convert it into residential. What I was going to ask, and if you know the answer, if not, I'm sure...
Actions, we chose to work with your officers, which is the correct thing to do, to redesign the new blocks, particularly C and D. It's less of an issue in terms of A and B, so that the separation from properties in Jubilee Street and Wharf Road was greater, and we significantly reduced the number of rear elevation windows at the higher floor level. Molly has set out in the report separation distances, and I can't read them on that screen because it's too far away, but I think they are either at or in excess of what you would deem to be minimum standards. And There are around parts of that site. There's also significant hedging, which gives some degree of visibility already. And if you look at Block C, it's shunted further north. It's turned the corner into Wharf Road, so we've reduced the extent of new build along that Wharf Road boundary as well. So I would genuinely say that with the input of your planning and conservation officers, we've got a better scheme than we started with, and that's through collaboration. So my view would be that there is no material harm to neighbours through overlooking or overshadowing. Thank you.
And just to follow up through you, Chair, if I may, just to indulge. Again, Councillor Thornborne said he'd like to see less, a redesign of the scheme, lower, no floor on the top. And I relate that back to viability. What he's suggesting, and I'm assuming you will answer that it wouldn't be viable at all, never get off the ground. And secondly, because I think I'm aware that you work with the planning officer to reduce the scope of the scheme in any event. Is that right? As in it's now less than it was to start with.
In terms of the quantum of development, it's similar, but what we have done... Start again. In terms of viability, less makes it less viable. So fewer units makes it less viable, and you're left with a locally listed building, which is... Your word, not mine, Councillor Fitzgerald, but I wouldn't disagree with you in terms of the steel that's within the building. What we've done is add a floor to Guildhouse itself, which has reduced the news about the importance of this building, which is formed largely, I think, by the green space in front of it and the contribution that that makes to Oundle Road.
Right. In terms of beautifying that building, what plans are there to do that if they do exist? E.g., will it look a lot better from the road and indeed to the residents that have to live there? Because it's not that attractive at the moment.
At the moment, it's a building in a car park, which is tired because it's been vacant now for a number of years. So it will get a significant overhaul. I think Molly mentioned on the photographs that the rather ugly ramp on the front elevation of the building will be removed. There are also ramps at the back of the building that will be removed. It will get a greener setting all the way around it. The windows will be replaced. There will be infill sections where some of the glazing is very tired, a thorough clean to the cladding panels, so when we've finished it will look like a new building, not a tired old one.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Antins.
Thank you, Chair. I've known the building as well since 1989. Pearl Assurance, I think, occupied it back then. It's good to hear that you're going to use your local suppliers and SMEs. Are you setting a particular benchmark? I know it's not a particular planning issue, but are you providing a figure? 20%, 30%?
Chairman, if I may, the starting point is that MJS Construction are based in March. They're not in Peterborough, but March is not very far away. It's within this part of the world, if you like. It's not a company based in London that are doing it. Ben, you can probably advise on local supply chain better than I can.
Yeah, so it's not obviously confirmed at the moment until hopefully we get a positive result today, obviously, as you can appreciate. But for example, the archaeology, the scaffolding, the window companies, the interior kitchen fit-outs are all Peterborough-based companies. The electricians, the plumbers that we're lining up to use on the external blocks are also Peterborough-based. So yeah, where possible, it lends itself to that location really. People tend to want to work, particularly going through the winter months, close to home. So I think, yeah, if I had to put a figure on it, don't quote me on this one, but I'd say at least 75% of our workforce will be within 30, 40 miles of the site.
Thank you. That's good to know. Going to the point of affordable housing and the viability, you say that has been rigorously analysed. I see a couple of figures in the report, a development profit 10% and then 17.5%. Which are you working to on that viability analysis?
The figure which has been agreed with the Council's independent viability consultant is 17.5%. So that's the figure that your viability consultant has insisted that we work to effectively, and that's what it comes out at.
Okay. Looking through the figures, you have a finance cost of 1.63 million. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but on a flatted development like this, you would likely sell on a phased basis. That seems a fairly high finance cost, because your cash flow, I would suggest, may well be quite a positive position, especially if you're selling off plan and perhaps sell on a buy-to-let basis.
So the strategy that we're deploying here is not actually to sell them, it is to retain them as private rented. That's obviously subject to valuations at the end. In terms of your cash flow, I understand your explanation and your model, but we have to purchase the site in the first instance, build out £4 or £5 million worth of cost inherently. Going back to the industry standard, if you like, that is applied through viability is a 6% interest cost. I think we've gone to 8 in here through conversation with the CPV, the external viability agent. At the moment, if anybody wants to loan me money at 8% to develop this site, I will rip your arms off, because that's nowhere close to where the actual figures are, unfortunately. So, yeah, in terms of the strategy, is to retain the units. In terms of the cash flow, hopefully that explanation goes some way to alleviate that.
Thank you. I have a couple more questions. You have seen the police report, which suggests it's a high crime area, and they make a number of recommendations. Can you run through the recommendations and how you would tackle those? If not, I can take you through some of them. Yeah.
To work out if there's a condition on secure by design. I think Molly's nodding her head, so we would have to do that as part of the condition discharge. The condition, for example, about CCTV provision on the site, which we will do. One of the advantages with a private rented scheme that's managed by a local developer is that there's a more responsive approach than you might sometimes get with a more remote landlord. One of the other big benefits of the scheme, notwithstanding some of the earlier comments about what happens when you're past this site, is that you certainly wouldn't want to walk on the footpath at the back of this site at the moment. What we've done, particularly on the Wharf Road frontage, is ensure that that route through the site is overlooked so that there's natural surveillance. So there will be street lighting, and it will be a safer environment than it is currently. Things like locks on doors being to a particular BS standard is standard on a condition discharge, but you'll appreciate you don't necessarily go into that level of detail on a planning application submission, because you expect that certain matters will be dealt with by planning condition, which will be the case.
Okay, Councillor Antunes, can I remind you your questions go through the chair, not direct to the people sitting in front of you, because you've had about 5 and all you've done is look that way. So please put them through the chair, just so as everything's recorded correctly.
Apologies, Chair.
Carry on. You've got another one.
I just have a couple more questions. In terms of sound attenuation to the existing building, I've worked with the housing associations in London, and that can be a particular problem. How will you address that? Will those be up to current building regulation standards?
Well, they legally have to be up to current building regulation standards. So wherever possible within the new build is straightforward, as you will appreciate. On the conversion scheme, we have, wherever practicable, stacked rooms over rooms, so bedrooms over bedrooms, kitchens over kitchens, and horizontally stacked so that you've got bathrooms against bathrooms. There are a limited number of units where that's not possible, but you'll see that there's a planning condition around enhanced acoustic mitigation for those particular units. So, and that's something that goes beyond building reg standard, but we don't have a difficulty with that. You know, we have the ability to attenuate in whatever manner is deemed necessary by your environmental health officers.
And finally, Chair, I have a question regards lifetime home standards. Looking at some of the plans and some of the comment by the officers, the turning spaces for kitchens, perhaps bedrooms, etc., may not meet that. And also, there does not appear to be any lifts in any new buildings and in the new blocks. I don't know whether you're providing lifts in the existing. While the council would like that, I see that as a personal requirement, as an essential, because as these residents, or rather all of these flats are 1 and 2 bedroom, they would make good accommodation for elderly residents. If they do not have that capability, and I've seen that elsewhere in the city, ease of adaptation, turning circles, etc., that makes their future use limited. Are you, or will you, adapt and ensure that the lifetime home standards are met on the estate or on the development?
Chairman, through you, in simple terms, yes. 5.9.7 of the report refers to all of the new build units meeting M4 Part 2, and top of page 15, there are 6 units across blocks A and B, with a further 10 units across blocks C and D, which will meet the lifetime home standard. I think, if I'm honest, it's a case that the turning circles for the wheelchairs were not marked on the plans, but we have another set of plans which addresses that, and there's a planning condition to cover that anyway. So it's not a case of having to redesign it. It's actually designed in, but the detail wasn't on the plans.
Great.
Thank you very much, Chair.
No problem. Thank you for your questions. Anybody else got any questions at all? Councillor Hogg.
Apologies if I've missed it, because I'm standing in for somebody that couldn't make it. These are all 1 and 2 bedroom flats. COVID has told us that actually outdoor space is really quite key, specifically for people that live in flats. 1 and 2 bedroom flats tend to have small children amongst them, and certainly in this sort of quantity. Is there any kind of local play area that would be...
Right, good. Okay, thank you very much. Right. Well, it won't surprise you, it's time for questions to officers, so Councillor Hogg.
Sorry, so essentially, just my question around play areas. I understand that there isn't a provision on this site for play area. Is there one nearby, or is there plans to use 106 money to create one? Because I think it kind of goes with that kind of mix of housing.
So in terms of amenity space, the ground floor units on the new buildings have got sort of a semi-private area. Those which don't have like balconies or accessible area is considered to be enough space within site to provide an immediate amenity area. We've got the contribution which has been sought from our open space team, and they're satisfied that there's sufficient provision. I believe there's a play area further up Oundle Road which will provide that space for future occupiers if it's needed, but the contribution is there to support and maintain those existing.
So there's no possibility of sort of putting an area at the front there?
No, it's not been sought from our open space officer to put formal play equipment or a formal play area in that Oundle Road open space.
Any other questions for officers? I just want clarification. Oh yeah, go on then.
Sorry, Chair, through you. I think I got the answer from the applicant, but Molly, you could confirm there are no overlooking concerns?
Yeah, that's fine. So we've worked with them to redesign blocks C and D, and that's in response to the original plans did have a high volume of glazing and distances of concern to the neighbours. However, we've now had block C in particular, so this block over here, it had 42 windows on the rear elevation, and that's been reduced to 17, and in particular only 10 of those are habitable. So we've worked with them to try and minimise that effect, and you've also got separation distances from back to back 31 to 32 metres, and the built form is 10 metres between the rear elevation and the boundary. On block D, you've got separation distances of 20 metres, and any windows that are on these end projections, there's a conditioning funding in order for highways improvements or matters such as the cycle route. What we have got one provision of an additional sign to redirect to clearly signpost, as currently there isn't at this point on Wharf Road, because it's the turning in the national cycling route. So so just here, so that's the turn in the route to then follow it through. So we've requested provision for additional signage, but there's no further works proposed.
Right. Okay, I just wanted clarification really. Highways. Egress and exit from...
I believe their resident permit
So they are
parking. So
allocated.
they are available for anybody who has a permit for that zone
Yeah.
to park in. But that's the existing situation for Swain Court, and it's no change as a result of the residential proposals.
So you're happy with the additional traffic? That if this was all full of cars, both sides, there's still ample flow for the traffic?
Yeah, I mean, the transport assessment submitted has demonstrated that the proposed residential uses would actually generate less traffic than could be generated by the permitted use of the site. So we can't require upgrades or amendments to the existing roads in that location because the traffic should be reduced from what could have been using those access roads. There's potentially scope to look at making them one way if they needed to be, but it's
an
existing situation.
Okay, but as far as highways concerned, the way it is now, they're satisfied that's okay for the flats that are intended to go in there, effectively.
Essentially, yeah.
Good. And Molly, I'm going to ask you about the sewage. It seemed to come up quite a bit about the sewage process, and Anglian Water didn't seem to have any problems at all with that. Can you just assure us that there are no comments from them even to say?
Yeah, so this was a
anything needs
matter I went back and confirmed with Anglian Water very quick. I think it was the day before the submission of the committee report, and they are satisfied there's capacity for the foul water sewage in the network. The element they raised concern about was what Simon had touched on, was regards to surface water drainage going into the system, and that's where you then get surges of water and potentially flooding. So we've got a condition on there just to allow further discussions with Anglian Water as well to make sure surface water is all handled on site and there's nothing going into that foul water drainage. So in terms of just general foul water flows, they're happy. Surface water, we've got a condition to secure further work.
And this is the attenuation tanks type thing we're talking
That's correct, yeah.
Perfect. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Any other questions for officers at all? No? Okay, we'll go to debate then. Who would like to kick that off for me, please? Councillor Hogg?
So I'm slightly less coming forward than I would normally be because I didn't know that I was going to be attending the meeting until yesterday evening. So I've not done the full kind of due diligence that I would normally like to give.
Sorry, I've got
it's
two
enough.
others put
It's
their hands
sufficient.
up here. Hold on a second. What's up
no,
there?
sorry, just next. I thought you were noting people down.
Oh, right, okay. No, carry on. It's all right. I thought you were going to say something. Yes, Council. Council.
Not in planning, anyway. So yeah. So you know, I'm have to say I'm not happy about any development that comes forward with no social housing, affordable housing provision. But I understand our kind of our hands are tied with that, and I'm sure that officers have done, you know, have looked very closely at the argument that says that they can't provide affordable housing. It's you know that building's been there since I've been in Peterborough. In fact, my partner used to work in the building when it was Pearl Assurance. So, and it would be nice to see it given some life again. And you know, it has to be argued that, you know, having more provision of housing in Peterborough is something we are in desperate need of. So, you know, I think it's a great use of that site, I have to say, rather than one of a commercial nature. So it's these applications that come before us are never going to be an easy slam dunk yay or nay. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to us in the first place, because officers would already have kind of done that, and nobody would have objected, and it would have, you know, it would never come to us. So it's always going to be difficult to, you know, there's never going to be an application, or very rarely that we're going to see an application come to us where you haven't got concerns of some nature or other involved, and it's about balancing those concerns with the advantages. with that said, I think I'm going to have to go with officers' recommendations and you know, for it to be granted, basically. Yeah.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair. So I've written down copious notes, but I agree with Christian. It's always a bit of a rub when you go, oh, you know, there's no social housing. But again, if you've been here long enough, you'll know that we never had a solution to this, which is why we appointed people to do this for us. And again, not for the first time of saying, it would be wrong if we then say to this viability consultant, we don't believe a word you've said. Well, why are we paying you then? So on that issue, I parked it, because we parked it a couple of times on previous applications. We have to just accept what we're being told is factual, truthful. And I know in this case, again, Molly has worked extremely hard with the applicant, and I know they've moved things from when this came up months and months ago. It's changed significantly. Councillor Thorburn, I don't recognise your descriptions in many of the points you raised. Legitimately, you can indeed have those views, but again, I think the chair has just clarified about the drainage issue with the officer, and I think I was there already. I didn't hear any policy or planning issues that would prevent us from approving this that we could defend. I go down that road every day. And like Councillor Skipstead, I have no problem parking at the barber's or the cycle shop. Granted, it's busy. It's busy because there's business there. And in those roads during the day, they're busier. But at night time, I've never had a problem. I don't have a problem in the day. So I can't see the significant impact. And also, while you say about upgraded to what? What do we do? Ban all the cars and widen the pavements? I'm sure some would like that, but I don't know what upgrades you're talking about that would make a difference or mitigate the work that goes on there daily. So the support is renovating a rundown building. You can read it in the report on page 39. It says that Anglian Water we've covered. There are no objections from the highway services, and the parking provision has been robustly justified. It wasn't helpful perhaps that the number in the report, the lower number came first, but of course it had been updated. It does comply with LP8 in terms of that's been clearly independently demonstrated. We might ask Molly and committee that the play area on Oundle Road, which is adjacent to the old Marshall's site, if you're old enough to remember that, where the flats are, there is a perfectly adequate play area there. If some money were to be invested in that site, which seems to be sensible, the FVA again demonstrates it would be unviable, and I think the scheme is borderline, personally, just from, you know, I think somebody asked about why I think it was Christian. The conversion costs on that building seem to be quite high, because it's a tricky building. If it were me, I'd be tempted to knock it down, but it is listed, it's iconic, and I think to save it and refresh it, make it as new as Mr. Machin said. Our officers have said the addition will successfully crown the building, which was referred to. But the parking, again, justification has been made on site. So I turn to the conclusions, which has all those things have been mitigated about concerns. And I understand that everybody will not be happy. That's why we have to make these difficult decisions sometimes. So I shall be supporting the officer's recommendation. And again, such a good report, very, very clear, very well put together, very well thought out. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Thank you, Chair. When I was looking at this application, I was looking at the parking facilities, the visual impact of this site, and obviously looking at the social housing application, because I was obviously very concerned, like many people are, when we see a plan application that has no social housing. I understand from the LP8 and how the financial viability assessment was done, and understand why we have no social housing. I think we all agree that this building is a bit of an ugly duckling in what it is right now, and the cost that is going to be to keep this building must be a plus and a tick in the development rights right now. And we also really got to understand about parking concerns with having a large development is how it is going to impact with the neighbours in Wolf Road and Jubilee Court. And I'm satisfied that with the resident parking that we should have that we are going to have sufficient parking with one space per unit that's going to meet the needs and requirements of the planning policies. Obviously, I understand from Councillor, I understand his concerns with Oundle Road and his frustrations. I think we all have roads like that. We have those frustrations. But I couldn't see any planning reasons why that we could refuse this application in what we have. I get the understanding about overlooking, and I go back to the comments by that. That's been adjusted and mitigated from the developers while working with the officers to make sure that overlooking is taken into account into what we have right now. So all that was said, I believe that I can't find any planning reasons to refuse this application, and I'll go with officer's recommendation and approve this application.
Thank you, Councillor Warren. Anybody else? Councillor Antins.
Thank you, Chair. I echo my colleagues' views. Looking at the development, I have only one concern. It's more regards the operation. It's been clear that the flats to be retained for private rent. The police have indicated a high crime area. Just from experience, those who rent on this scale perhaps are not always long-term investors in the community, and we may see quite a transitory population in that development in a quite high density area. I think what was reassuring is the developer offering to take on board fully the police's recommendations for security, and the management of the estate I think is going to be critical going forward from my perspective. So although this may not be a direct planning issue, I think from my perspective I feel comfortable that the developer seems to have considered all aspects, is using SMEs in the local community, and is going to take care of those issues on management. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Antins. Anybody else? No. So, I'm not going to add anything on that one. I think you said it all now. I don't think there's any need for me to go any further into that. Only just to labour one point, and it's for planning reasons. It's not necessarily about this, but it did come out, and it has been mentioned in this, and it gets mentioned in others about doctors, dentists, etc. And quite rightly, it was also said that that is out of the scope of planning. So if any of that's in your mind, or it didn't come up, please remember that it's not something we can decide on. The size of the hospital, whether there's doctors or dentists, it's nothing we can do. I wish we could, and I hope it changes, but at the moment we can't. So. Other than that, I'm looking for a proposal. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair. And I agree, but hopefully our new MP has made a pledge to get those dentists. We'll see if that materialises.
Not being political, of course.
Yes, I think, again, at the risk of repeating myself and praising Molly, because she's had a lot today, and I think that, the quality of these reports has got much better.
So much better than the last lot.
So, Bruce Forsyth's line, yes, indeed. So, well done to all, and well done again to applicants for working with the council, where we like to say yes if we can. So, Chair, I would recommend that we go with the officer's recommendation and approve this planning application today.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Warren. So we have a proposal, we have a seconder, so we'll go to the vote. So all those in favour of the proposal, please. Hang them high, please. And obviously over to you, Karen, for the result.
Thank you, Chair. That's unanimous, so application granted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm proposing to have a break now. Will you? Oh, we won't then. Yes, we'll have a break. I'm going to go more than that. I'm going to go 15 minutes. So that's 25 past Street. Remember, you're still in live session, so please.
stockpiles at Cooks Hall for engineering and restoration purposes and the construction of landfill cells at Thornhall, with the continued export of materials from the recycling, recovery and waste processing operations for reuse or disposal at an appropriate facility. The proposal will align the cessation and restoration dates for both parts of the site at 2042 and enable a biodiversity-driven landscape scale restoration scheme with public access across the site, with some of the paths being retained at permissive paths as well as additional permissive paths being provided. This slide shows the extent of the red edge, which includes both the Thornhall landfill site and Cooks Hall quarry. The site is accessed off the A47 with the Bedford Purlieux National Nature Reserve and Site of Special Scientific Interest to the west. Thornhall Village lies 1 kilometre to the northeast, with the village of Wansford to the east, approximately 1 kilometre away as well. As mentioned previously, the application site comprises of Thornhall landfill site to the north and Cooks Hall quarry to the south. Both benefit from multiple consents as set out within this drawing, which shows the various consent references. Currently, both have extant permissions which run to 2035 for the Thornhall 1 landfill site until 2042 for Cooks Hall quarry. The application before members seeks to align both sites to the same operational end date as 2042. So essentially another 7-year extension on the Thornhall landfill site. This slide shows a satellite image of the application site. Members are directed to note the restored phases to the north of the application site, which are closest to the nearest residential properties located on Wansford Road, multiple of which are Grade 2 listed. As members would have noted on site, the site levels throughout, with the restored faces to the north being set higher than the adjoining land. So noting the variation in the site context. This slide also shows the Triple SI to the west, the county wildlife site, as well as the Grade 2 listed farmhouse within the application site, as well as various listed properties in close proximity. This slide shows the access with the partial view of the restored areas, showing the slight raised level of the restored areas to the front of the site. This is a view along the A47, so towards the right hand side are the closest residential properties that are Grade 2 listed. This slide shows the restoration phases as proposed, with the restoration phases starting at A towards the bottom of the site and finishing with phase Q, which is near the site entrance. This slide also shows the restoration phases along the side. So this is the final restoration that will be carried out across the site. So the purple dashed lines are the proposed footpaths, which will be reinstated. The blue dashed lines are the permissive paths, so the proposed footpaths will be public rights-of-way or formal public rights-of-way, with the permissive paths not necessarily being formal public rights-of-way, but they will be accessed by the public, and there is a condition securing the provision for this, specifically condition 22. The proposal also includes raising of the approved restoration contours across the southern extent of the Thornhall landfill site and the northern extent of Cooks Hall quarry. Although currently approved highest point of 71.5 above ordinance datum would not be exceeded. So the proposal does have some landform changes to the restoration scheme, but it doesn't exceed the highest point that was has been previously approved. The slide does show the contour lines in blue of the proposed restoration scheme. So the main considerations are listed on this slide, and they are addressed in detail within the committee report, but briefly, the application site benefits from extant permissions which operate until 2035 for the Thornhall landfill site and 2042 for Cooks Hole Quarry. The extant permissions are a key material consideration as the sites have an approved baseline and the level of impact from those permissions, and as members would note within the committee report, the level of impact from the proposed development has been compared to the existing level of impact from the extant permissions. With regards to the transport and the highway impact, as set out in the report, mineral operations will cease at Cooks Hole as part of the proposal. As such, the net traffic generation of the proposal will reduce compared to the extant consents from a maximum total of 238 HGV movements, from a maximum of 238 HGV movements per day to 228 HGV movements. So that is a reduction of 10 HGV movements per day with regards to the Cooks Hole element when compared to the previous extant permission. The local highway authority raised no objection and were satisfied that a safe and suitable access to the site can be achieved and no associated increase in traffic associated with the proposal when compared to the extant permissions. Highways did put forward various conditions regarding wheel washing as set out under condition 24 and a couple of others as set out within the committee report. With regards to the landscape and visual effects, the council's landscape architect notes that there will be no significant landscape and visual cumulative effects from the proposal, and the assessment methodology put forward within the assessment of the application was appropriate, and officers were satisfied. With regards biodiversity net gain and ecology, this was calculated using the statutory metrics, and the LPA used two BNG metrics to come to the final figure, comparing the biodiversity units from the consented restoration schemes and the proposed schemes, which demonstrated a biodiversity net gain of 104.64% for habitat biodiversity units and 124.78% for hedgerow biodiversity units. The local planning authority and officers were satisfied that this was a significant increase in biodiversity and were satisfied with the BNG well and above the 10% mandatory as set out in legislation. With regards to the air quality, dust and odour, it is noted that there was little fundamental difference between the extant permissions and the proposal, and the pollution control officer recommended appropriate condition controlling hours of operation, noise levels, dust control measures and light pollution, but were overall satisfied with the scheme. So these are conditions 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 and 20 as set out within the committee report. With regards to drainage, the Environment Agency and the lead local flood authority are content that the proposed surface water management plan is appropriate for both operational and post-restoration phases, and the need to be controlled by way of condition. So this has been secured within the committee report. Finally, no public comments were received for this planning application, and Thornhall Parish Council made comments in support of the proposal. There is Section 106 agreement which is necessary to secure the necessary biodiversity net gain and permissive path provision. Therefore, officers are recommending granting this application subject to the signing of the legal agreement and the conditions as set out within the committee report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. As if I could call Mr. Peter Oldfield, please, to the front.
Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Mr. Holfield. You have 5 minutes when you're ready to address committee.
Thank you. I'm here today to speak to the Planning Committee in support of the proposed development at Cooksall Quarry and Thornall landfill sites. My name is Peter Holfield and I'm the Head of Planning and Permitting at Augean. Augean own and operate the existing Cooksall Quarry and Thornall landfill site. Cooksall Quarry is a mineral extraction site which has been active since the 1950s, and Thornall landfill site has been operational since the 1990s. Thornall accepts a range of non-hazardous waste and stable non-reactive hazardous waste, which is used to restore the previous mineral workings. The overarching principle of this application for both sites is to restore them as a single integrated landform with a beneficial and biodiverse after-use. The material that will be used to create the proposed landform at Cooksall Quarry will be clean, naturally occurring materials. These are excavated during landfill construction operations at both the Thornall landfill site and our other landfill site at Kingscliff, which is approximately 1 mile away from the application site. Both of these are owned and operated by Augean. The Augean operation at Kingscliff is a nationally significant infrastructure project, so the continuation, the filling at Cooksall will allow the continuation of those operations as well. Cooksall won't be operated for the receipt of material from third parties, and it will only be material generated by Augean operations at their Thornall and Kingscliff sites that will be used for the restoration of the quarry. The landform that's created will result in some additional landfill void generated at Thornall, but the landfill footprint itself will not change from that's currently consented, and the void will be filled with the same waste types that are currently deposited at the site. These principally consist of commercial and industrial non-hazardous waste, and the landfill operations at Thornall are subject to an environmental permit. This is enforced by the Environment Agency and includes a number of conditions which control emissions, such as dust, emissions to water, and a broad range of environmental monitoring requirements. The existing access at the Thornall landfill site from the A47 will be used for the importation of the waste for deposition at Thornall, the material for use in landfill engineering, and for the material for the use in the restoration of Cook's Hole. And as if as already set out, the HGV movements associated won't increase as a result of the proposed development. The existing access is suitable for the existing and continued operations and provides adequate visibility in both directions. The proposed development will not result in an unacceptable impact on highway safety. And following completion of the operations, the existing access will be closed, other than a small pull-in for monitoring and maintenance purposes, and then a smaller access will be opened, allowing access in Cook's Hole to provide future access to the Grade 2 listed Cook's Hole farmhouse building. The landform creation, as if as already set out, and restoration will be undertaken in a series of phases, and the landfilling operation in Thornall will be undertaken at the same time as the restoration operations in Cook's Hole. The restoration operations in Cooksall will start with the placement of materials in the area to the south of Thornall Brook, and it's anticipated that material placement and restoration in that area will be completed in around 3 to 5 years. And then to align both sites with the current timescales for the completion of Cook's Hole, the restoration of both sites will be completed by 2042. Throughout the operations, Cook's Hole Farmhouse, which is Grade 2 listed in the associated barn, will be protected, together with the woodland corridor alongside either side of Thornall Brook. The after use of the Cook's Hole farmhouse will be subject to a separate planning application once the operations at the site have been completed in the future. As the office has already set out, the ground level at the highest point on the site won't change as a result of this application, and the habitats that will be created at Cook's Hole include water bodies, woodland, shrub and scrub, hedgerows and calcareous grassland. This is together with areas of bare ground to support insects and birds. An area will also be established for nesting sand martins. The restoration habitats at the Thornall landfill site won't change from those that are currently planned, so will comprise a mixture of woodland and hedgerows, shrub and scrub and calcareous grassland. The development of these habitats will directly benefit wildlife like amphibians, reptiles, invertebrates and mammals, and it will also provide connectivity for these animals. The proposed restoration scheme will provide new and enhanced links to existing habitats nearby and extend the capacity of Bedford purlieus to support important species. The proposed measures will provide a net increase in biodiversity of over 104% for habitats and 124% for hedgerows. And the sites will be subject to a 30-year aftercare and maintenance period. Public access to the site is included within the restoration scheme, and there's a number of rights of way which have been diverted in the past, and these will be reinstated across the site. Throughout the period of the development, Augean will continue to operate to its principles of open communication with the local community. We undertook pre-application consultation for the proposed development, and we operate a local landfill liaison group. These were informed of the principles, and we held a public exhibition event.
That's time now,
No
I'm afraid.
objections have been raised.
That's time, I'm afraid.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions?
Questions?
Anybody got any questions at all for Mr. Oldfield? No? Well, that was easy, wasn't it? Well done, thank you. You can return back to the gallery.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on then to, there's nobody else to speak on this one, so we'll go to questions to officers. Any clarification needed or advice on this? No? Right, well then we'll move to debate. Who would like to start debate? Shall I start debate? Okay, Councillor Hogg.
No, he's got his mic on now.
Oh, right, I'll beat you to it.
I don't want to get in the way.
Councillor Mahmood, you start debate then.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the report. I don't see no issues with this application. So I'm minded to go with officer recommendations as it is. And also he talks about making sure that we've got a Section 106 agreement in place, and if that doesn't happen, then planning won't be granted. So, yeah, looks fine to me.
Councillor Hogg.
Thank you. As always, I think Alan does a good report. He's very thorough. He knows his stuff, and there's nothing to. There's no holes to pick. It's all, laid out very, if maybe in big blocks of text, but it's all there. And as far as I'm concerned, it's a green light for me.
Okay, thank you. Did I see anybody else up there? Councillor? No, did I see any other hands? I didn't. Okay. All right, I'll wrap it up then. Firstly, although we've not made the decision, I think I will go down the line of site visits because that was an extremely interesting site visit. So, irrespective of the decision, thank you for taking us round in 4x4s and hard hats and fluorescents to see things, because you just couldn't accept that unless you went and had some views. So, thank you for that. HGV movements, actually a slight improvement, because obviously the minerals, they're going to stop doing the minerals. For the Cook's Hole Quarry, the increase in biodiversity, absolutely welcome and fantastic, taking into account, of course, that there's no waterways there. And I don't know if any of you read that in there. There's no reason there's no waterways. Wittering, don't want any birds up there, do we? So just so you know. Thornhall Parish Council support it, which is always good if the locals support it. And subject to signing the legal agreement, I don't see there's any particular reason not to back it. I think it's a really good operation that you run there, really good, and I think we should support it wholeheartedly. Anybody else? Can we go to proposal then? Who would like to do that? Not voting yet, we're proposing. You're a bit quick. Councillor Mahmood.
I propose that we accept officer recommendations and grant planning.
Seconder, Councillor Hogg. Okay, all those in favour? Okay, yeah. So the result, please, Karen.
Thank you, Chair. That is unanimous to grant.
Good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, moving swiftly on. We now move to, we've got to change officer, I think, as well. But while we're changing, I'll just introduce the item. So we're on 5.4 now, which relates to 85 Taverners Road in Millfield. Just wait for Rio to set up. Okay, you ready to go? Okay, Rio, when you're ready. This is Rio Howlett. She's going to do the item when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. So this presentation is regarding to the development on the rear elevation of 85 Taverners Road. It's a proposed 1- and 2-storey rear extension. So just to contextualise the site, we've got the site location. We can see the site is outlined. This is the existing elevation and existing floor plan, along with just a picture of the application site from the principal elevation, and then we've got 2 pictures from the rear looking down inwards to the site. So I'll give you some context of the history of the site. So in 2023 we had this plan submitted. I just want to point out that the report says that there was a alteration to this plan to remove the first floor. That's incorrect. The first floor element of this proposal was not removed. It was reduced from 4.2 metres to 2.5 metres. So these plans, well, the officer went back to the agent with these plans saying that there would be an unacceptable impact for future occupier amenity due to the window which is being blocked in bedroom 2, and there were also concerns over neighbour amenity. So with that in mind, we had revised plans come in, and as we can see, the revised plans for this one, the first floor element was reduced in width and it was reduced in depth, and these plans were approved. A few months later, we had the first plans come back in again, which we refused for the same reasons, with the issues regarding neighbour amenity and future occupier amenity, which leads us to this application, which the plans are the same as the 2 previous, which we'd refused. So it was refused again on the window being blocked in bedroom 2, as officers consider this to be an unacceptable impact due to the loss of natural light and also the change in outlook from being current, there is an outlook, and the outlook will be changed completely to a blank brick elevation. So the window to the rear on the second floor, that is the window that would be completely blocked. So this is the current outlook, just looking down the garden from the end of the house. And then again, we've got just a few more pictures of what the application site currently looks like, again highlighting the window on the second floor, which would have its outlook completely removed. And then we've got the refusal reason. Thank you.
Is that it? Yeah, sorry, I'm reading. I'm not as fast as you. Speed reading course needed. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. Okay, I'll call now Mr. Branston and Mr. Aslam. If you're here, please. Okay, Mr. Branson and Mr. Aslam, you'll have 5 minutes when you're ready to address committee.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, councillors. The main reason for refusal, the only reason for refusal, is the blank wall in front of bedroom 2. Not a great outlook onto a brick wall from a bedroom, but please bear in mind it's a bedroom. 99% of the time the people in there are in bed with the curtains drawn. When the curtains are open, you will still get light into that room because you've got something like a 3.6 metre gap to that wall, and it is south facing, so you will get some light in. The view that it obstructs, I think you saw it, it's the view onto Gladstone. Great. The only persons affected by this are the client and the occupants of the bedroom. The benefit of that bedroom by far outweighs the detriment, the loss of view. I wouldn't say the house is overcrowded, but there are several people living in there, and the applicant needs the space. And to provide a good bedroom and you'll notice it is a large double bedroom as opposed to the normal single bedroom that we put on the back of these two-storey terraced houses and semis in the Gladstone area. This is a great improvement, and I would just say the benefit far outweighs the loss of the view. Thank you. Do you want to add?
Yeah, hi everyone. As a family, right, I don't want to move out from the area, and with the costs of living and everything, the last thing I want is try to buy a bigger house, and that's not happening, being realistic. And this option of me having a fourth bedroom is a vibe. With the bedroom 2 light blocked, I mean, my kids don't spend time during the day in the bedroom, it's night time. So as I'm living there and I have no plans to sell, when they talk about future, I mean, I'm sure it will be inherited down the family somewhere. So I don't worry about that part. And the second part about the light, my neighbours, no one's got any issues with it. So I'm hoping, you guys will reconsider. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions from anybody? Yeah, Councillor Rush.
When the first planning application was refused, did you appeal against that refusal?
No, I didn't know how the process worked, so it was my fault. Branson was telling me to do this, and I was occupied with family matters, and that's why we were going backwards and forward. And so this is why I said no. I made some time, and that's the reason why we re-appealed, or we appealed first time.
Chair, was Mr. Branson your agent for the first time?
Yes.
So he didn't say to you, we'll appeal the refusal?
What's that? Yeah, he did. I just had family matters.
He did, but you didn't.
Yeah, I wasn't. I had family issues that time, so I wasn't ready for it. So, yeah, sorry.
If I may add, I was asked about, it was questioned about appealing, but when you appeal, the appeal has to be on proper grounds against policy, and your policy says it doesn't fit the policy. So the only course of action was to come back to you, gentlemen and ladies, and plead common sense. This is Gladstone, we need the space.
Councillor Hogg, then Councillor Van.
I just want to get this right in my head. So you made an application with Plan A, it got refused. You then came back with Plan B, which was amended. Amended from Plan A, and that was approved. You then went back to Plan A again and got refused, and now you're coming back with Plan A again. By your own admission, it doesn't meet our standards, and that the only way you can get this through is by appealing to the committee to essentially go against our own planning regulations. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Because the previous application was put in, and we wanted to get it referred to committee, but we missed the date for referral.
And so the other thing is, so Plan B, if it wasn't acceptable to you, why did you put it in? What was it? What is it about Plan B that is unacceptable to you?
It doesn't give a big enough rear bedroom.
Right.
That is the problem.
And yet you did apply with that plan because you actually put that plan in. But why would you apply for something that you knew you were never going to that wasn't what you were looking for? Unless, of course, you were prepared to accept that as a compromise.
I was prepared to accept that. The client isn't.
Okay. Councillor Ranjit.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask a question that we went on a site visit. Were you not aware of that the councillors will be coming around for a site visit? If we had an access, we could have had a better view and we could have looked into it more in detail.
You guys are more than welcome to have a look. At the moment, when common sense has to prevail as well. My neighbour's bedroom, which they talk about, is a bathroom. So when it lines up, I don't see an issue there. So me coming out 4 meters has no effect on the bathroom. It's not a bedroom. If it's a bedroom, I can understand the light issue.
I think to be fair, I think if I can come in on that, is the fact that the opportunity for members to see is always useful. And they didn't get to see. They only saw the front of the building. They never got to see the front. So the question was, were you told that we were coming?
Someone's taking pictures, so someone's been, hasn't it? Who's taking pictures?
Okay, so you, yeah, okay. Well,
Sorry?
but it's obviously a no. So.
Yeah, I got a letter, but no one come.
Yeah,
but before 30th of August, it was supposed to someone's coming. No one come.
We were there.
Sorry?
Right, okay.
You could have left a card, anything. I mean,
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. So sorry, sir. I don't think you understand the process, but we won't labour that point. Mr. Branston, could you not put in an inverted dormer or skylight into the room that's losing its window?
I don't think you will.
Because the issue seems to be about light. The view issue is, depends what you're looking at, I suppose. In terms of, I took from your comment that the view wasn't that great anyway. But if it's a question of light, and I'm sorry, sir, in 100 years' time it might matter. That's the point the officers are making. So could you not put in a skylight, which doesn't give you any overlooking issues, into the existing roof?
Ooh, you know where I'm going to come from now, don't you? That's not what's in front of us.
No, I know, Chris.
I get where you're coming from.
But it will help me make up my mind as
to give him an option.
As to if it's possible, even if we refuse today for whatever reason, I'm trying to find you a solution that gets around the officer's reason for refusal, which is light, the reduction of light. Anyway, so I was only asking whether it was possible.
Okay. Any other questions, please? No, I don't want to necessarily grill you on this. This is for the owner, but you mentioned this is all for family expansion and etc.
Yes.
Did you know there's a sign in your front window?
Sorry?
Did you know there's a sign in your front window?
Yeah, my dad uses it for his property because he goes, you've got clear windows, so he puts it on there for room for rent.
Because that was something I saw that you just said to us, it's all for family, and you've got a to let sign in your window.
Yeah, it's not personal, mate. Definitely not personal, mate.
I wanted that clarified.
Yeah, I could clarify that. It's for next door. It's for next door. They use, because he's got what's it called, Georgian windows, and when he puts the paper on there, they can't see the sign, so he uses my window because it's in a nice big clear window.
Thanks for explaining it.
Thank you.
Something that was picked up at the time. So, any other questions at all? No. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Okay. Questions to officers? Any questions?
Chair, I'm here to speak with this.
No, you've not registered to speak.
Why not?
You didn't.
I'll send you an email.
You can't send me an email. You send it.
Talking to.
Oh, sorry.
Aaron, I'll forward it in.
I didn't see an email, Chancellor Iqbal. When did you send it?
Last week.
I searched my emails now.
But if we haven't had the email, Councillor Ackville, you are not qualified to speak. Let me just see. Yeah. There is a rule, midday on the Friday before, and if you don't get it in, you don't get to speak. And I'm strict on that this year.
In both boxes.
I'm going to put it in.
No. No. Sorry. If you find it, have you got a copy of it?
I've accessible my phone.
What's up, Councillor Fitzgerald?
I was just to say, Chair, do you have discretion to ask the members to hear the member or not?
I do, but because we set the rules strictly this year, I'm not keen to do it.
Given that he called it
because, yes, I know, I'm getting there in a minute. I want to make the actual, the rule in, because otherwise we do it for one, we do it for all, and off we go again like we did last year. We're not going to do that. So, in this case, because it is the actual ward council that called it in, on the document, I'm going to ask you to make the decision because I can't. So would you be happy for Councillor Iqbal to address committee? Is that agreed? And then I will allow it. Thank you very much. Yeah. Good. Good job you called it in. Yes. Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah. So we're out of order now. But Councillor Iqbal, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
You have 10 minutes as the ward
10 minutes.
councillor
Okay.
to address committee.
Firstly, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I've been a part of the committee for a long time, and I just want to feel how I feel sitting here and addressing the committee. Right. Looking at the report, I'll be making references to the report. Section 1 to 3 talk about the site and surrounding proposal, background, planning history, and planning policy. Nothing very challenging in there, but the only issue that was raised in that is LP 17. That's the challenging issue, which is before the committee today. Section 4, which is the initial consultation. Now, there's been a consultation of 6, no objection, but 1 in support of the application. Now, when I was on a planning committee, I used to take and give weight to ward councillors' views on about planning issues and that, because obviously they're public figures, they're there to represent the public. All three councillors are in favour of this proposal. This is what I would like you to make a note of. Now, coming to the real issue is that LP 16 is not an objection. Now, design and visual impact has not been challenged by officers, and it has been said that it's in accordance with LP 16. Occupiers' amenity, that's the only thing that's been challenged. Again, I would say it's not been fully challenged when considering the occupiers' amenity. It will be it'll be considered that officers did not attach enough weight that they should have. Now, again, the officer's view is that is overbearing or natural light. Again, that's subjective. That's their opinion. The whole purpose of the committee is that they look at the officer's opinion. Now, you'd be asking me a question. Can we go against officer's recommendation? Of course we can. We have in the past, why not? You have your own view. Again, you have to take the material concentration of planning into account when you do that. So, my respectful submission on this point is that it's a subjective decision from the officers. The only issues that I see are overshadowing and the lack of natural light. Those are the two only issues. Now, that's their view. What is the committee's view? That's something that you need to decide, and it's a subjective decision. Now, bearing in mind that the applicant has an option where he will probably choose to appeal it. What would the inspector's view be on? Is only LP 17, and the only issue before the inspector would be overshadowing and natural light. That's the only issue. Now, again, it's my ward. I know my ward very well. I know Taverners Road very well. I know Norfolk Street very well. Similar schemes are in place. There are other buildings in the area which are similar nature. So it's nothing new that the applicant is trying. So, as a whole, what I will say to the committee is that, bearing in mind that it's a subjective decision, it's officers' opinion. It doesn't mean that officers are always right. Yes, they are experts, but it's been a case where committee has overturned decisions. You have that right. But again, material concentration of planning that you need to take into account. So it's a decision for you to call. So my submission to the committee is that look at it in a different view. The applicant has given his view why he wants an extension. He doesn't want to move from the area. He's given a reason that considering the cost of living crisis, it's very difficult for him to buy a property. Again, that may not be a planning consideration, but that's something where you could look into and take into account, but probably don't attach too much weight to it. So as a whole, I would say that officers' view is subjective. Officers' view could be, is their opinion. You as a committee is a sort of avenue where applicants come, they put the case to you, and you have a different view about it. So as a whole, I will submit to the committee to reconsider your position, consider those only two issues, bearing in mind there could be cost implications if the matter proceeds further. Thank you very much.
Can you, I'm going to come in first here. What do you mean cost implications? What do you mean by that phrase?
Cost implications in the sense that if, I mean, again, this is probably a question that you probably ask officers, whether you could go to that stage, but obviously if they decide to take it to an inspector or go for a judicial review, I'm talking in that context. I'm not trying to blackmail you in any way, I'm just giving you my personal opinion that it could lead to that stage.
Yeah, well, just to clarify that, because I'm going to come in at that point there. If, for some, whatever the decision, if the applicant decides to go to appeal, that's his right, or whatever, the applicant's right to do that. And as you, luckily, some of you had training today, and it could go to appeal, and it would be an inspector that makes that decision. The only time some certain costs, etc., come in is if you've been unreasonable. So bear that one in mind. If you're being reasonable, then go with that. Okay? Reasonable decisions cannot be challenged. All right, in the courts. Right. Okay. Questions for the councillor, Councillor Hogg?
Thank you very much. I think you've advocated on behalf of your resident very well. I have to say that by the agent's own admission, he said he would not be taking this to appeal because it would not go through because it does not meet our local plan. He stated that quite clearly to us in answer to a question, and I thank him for his honesty for that. As you well know, you've had a lot of experience on the committee. This is essentially attempting to go round the planning plan.
Sorry, Councillor Hogg, I know, but question?
Sorry. So my question is this, is that if this hadn't been in your ward and that you were sat here and you were listening to somebody else talking about their ward, would you be minded to still say that this just doesn't have any legs?
I would be still supporting it. I would. Considering the only two issues are the light and overshadowing. It's only LP 17. The rest of all the LPs are met. But again, it's a subjective decision. It's the way I look at it, it's the way you look at it. What's your view on it? I would look at it from that point of view. I'm not supporting it because it's my ward, but I still would support it if I was sitting in your chair. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Ansett.
Thank you, Chair. You mentioned that there are similar examples within that area. Could you identify one, or do you have any knowledge of them?
I would love to, but yes.
No, I think actually it is relevant. It is relevant because it's been given. So you said there are others. So fair enough.
I mean, I can't specifically give you door numbers, but I could say that I did go on the site to have a look at it myself. So I had access. So I went back and asked questions. I looked at it. Went back at the garden. And I looked at all the area around, and I saw similar extensions. I could just say that.
Okay.
Because I did go on the visit myself to have a look at it before I go and present the matter before the committee.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did I see another hand down there? No? No? Any other questions at all? No. Okay. Thank you very much, Kath.
Thank you. I really appreciate for me giving the opportunity to speak. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Right. Well, there's no other speakers, so it's down to questions. Any clarity you need from reality officers? No? No clarity required for anything? All happy with what's in the report? Good. Okay, then we'll go to debate. Who would like to start debate on this one? Does anybody else but Councillor Hogg want to go? No, Councillor Hogg then. Sorry, I didn't mean to put you second, but I thought...
It's okay. It's okay. I've got a thick skin. So, I think I probably intimated where I was going with this one. Plan A, Plan B accepted, back to Plan A, back to Plan A. It just seems to me that the applicant hasn't read the room, as it were, and kind of realised that Plan A is not acceptable. There doesn't seem to be been any change whatsoever. There's been, Councillor Fitzgerald has come forward with ideas. He's not he's got experience in planning, but he's not a planning expert. You'd expect good experience of planning. You come back with a different. You change your plan in some shape or form, at least, if you're expecting it to come back with a different result. Other than the fact that essentially, I have to say, it seems to me that this application, this fourth application, should I say, has come to us in order to get round the rules. By getting the ward councillor to call in the decision to refuse, so that they can talk to the committee and hope that the committee will look favourably. And I have to say that it doesn't fly with me. It does not fly with me. I think the officer's done a commendable job. Essentially holding the line, saying, no, this is exactly the same as before. There is absolutely nothing's changed. It is still a refusal. And I think it's right and proper for the committee to back our officer in this case. That's what I'll be doing.
Councillor Fitzgerald, do you want to speak?
A complicated one, this, in the sense that it seems straightforward, and I agree with Christian entirely, but I also have some sympathy for the ward councillor's view, in that Mr Branson said it doesn't meet policy LP 17. Now, he either knows that and believes that implicitly, or there is an element of it's the officer's view, as Councillor Iqbal was trying to articulate, or did articulate, to be fair, in that the level of harm, is it unacceptable or not? It's made more difficult that nobody on the planning committee could access the rear of the garden, which I think he misunderstood. Sorry, Chair, I am pointing. But so therefore, the committee has no real insight into what the visual impacts are. However, so we have to take it on face value, which is why I was trying to say that you should work with the planning officer. And me just having a quick scan of the photos, my building experience tells me that you could put in a skylight. No, you can't, sadly. So you might say what might happen, but it's what's before us today. So what's before us today is a refusal. Whereas if you'd done some mitigation, if the applicant chair had done some mitigation, I don't know if Molly wants to put up the pictures. And
I don't know, Molly's not here, but...
is she not?
I'm
Sorry.
Sure will do that for you.
Well, I'm very sorry. Apologies. She's been getting all the praise today and you've got none. But we'll soon change that. You're doing an excellent job as well. So in the roof above that window, it's not beyond the wit of man to introduce some natural light in the window, which wouldn't cause any overlooking problems. And on that basis, if that was me, but we might have discovered that. So what I would say, if it's possible, you should ask for this to be withdrawn and come back with a proper solution. Otherwise, you're facing a refusal again today, if I'm reading the room correctly.
That's not an option on the table.
That's not an option on the table. So
it's what's before you.
No, indeed, Chair. But I wasn't sure if the applicant can withdraw at this late stage, because we have had that happen before. So it's difficult. I do appreciate that what Councillor Iqbal says, that the officer, on balance, how many times do we hear that, could say the level of harm is not unacceptable. It's not welcome, but I don't think we're there. That's the problem I have. So I'll be supporting the officer's recommendation, with hopefully Mr Branston is taking notes, and the applicant could introduce the natural light, because it's the occupier amenity, not the neighbour amenity, that seems to be the sticking point. And it doesn't matter whether you pass the property down, we'll all be long gone. That probably will be here probably long after we're still there. And you could always argue, the other thought was, yeah, we could approve it and let the next occupier sort out the light issue, and the solution is in the roof. Just saying. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, and thanks for
Which sets a massive precedence, doesn't it? So.
Yeah.
Yeah, certainly.
If only, yes, that's right. Sorry.
we cannot raise expectations. That's it.
Yeah.
You've got to be very careful, but I think you've covered that.
If a different application comes in with a different option,
Can I
that's
be
for a
clear,
different
Chair,
application.
that they should work with the planning officer to find a solution? I'm only suggesting one, it's not for me to do it, but the planning officer and the applicant might want to talk
That's
about
fine,
it.
but it's not for...
No, not for
this
us. I
committee to
get
hear
that.
that.
I get that.
Yes, Councillor Skipstead.
I think I agree with what's being said, and also the fact that we couldn't see it means that we do have to go with what the officer has told us. I don't think we've got any option, and that they've said we should refuse it based on the fact that it's the third application with the same plans. And I don't, given that we haven't seen it, I think that means we have no option but to refuse it. That's how I see it. Thank you.
Somebody else had their hand up? No? Yes, Councillor Mahmood, was it yourself?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Yeah, I think this is an extremely difficult one. And I'm citing the officer's recommendation for refusal, but I'm just stuck on this point about occupier amenity. About it's not affecting anyone around in the area. I'm quite familiar with the area. I think it's down to the person, future occupiers. Would future occupiers want to buy a house with a bedroom that doesn't have a window? Probably not. But that is down to the occupier itself. So it's a very difficult one for me to do at the moment. I'm quite undecided about which way I'm going to go, and it's just on that one policy aspect. Whereas if you look at the other elements of it, it is compliant. The other issue about the applicant putting in applications, it is my view that they could put in as many applications as they like. Every application needs to be assessed on its own merit. There is that. And the other issue about trying to avoid the rules, I think we had this discussion earlier. The mechanism is there, for councillors to exercise their discretion, and I think Councillor Iqbal has done that in this regard. So at the moment I'm at crossroads at the moment about this one, I do have sympathy for the applicant. It is extremely difficult to buy a house in the current climate. Upscaling would be the way to go. That is my view at the moment.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor? Yes, Councillor Warren.
So I've listened to all the arguments with the debate today, and obviously listened to the Councillor Iqbal, and obviously he has been a long-standing member of planning, and I just can't see any reason to accept this application under the LP17. It is a major policy. We would be going against our planning policies and our planning fins. If a plan isn't accepted, I understand that we can put it back in, but it's almost like saying we refuse one plan, but we're going to accept the same plan that we put back in. We're almost going back what we need to our standards, and I always weigh up harm versus benefit, and I cannot see any benefit in approving this application. I only see harm with this, and with the LP17, I'm going to go with the office recommendation and refuse this application.
Thank you. Anybody else? Second go, Councillor Hogg.
I just wanted to also, something I missed out was the fact that, let's double underline this. There is currently an application that has been approved that was given in August of last year. They put that in. Who would put in an application for an extension that you didn't want to build? It defies logic to me. So, you know, I understand it may not be the optimum of what they would prefer to do, but ultimately they put in an application which presumably was acceptable to them, because otherwise you wouldn't have put that in. If it wasn't, if it was unacceptable and of no use to them whatsoever, why would you put that application in? So from my point of view, I think what the applicant needs to do is they need to just take the fact that they've got permission, get on with that extension, and put the rest, put Plan A behind him.
Anybody else? Good. Okay, fair enough. I think we've had the local councillor, of course, passionately speaking, tells us all three councillors are there as well, and all support this. The issue is we are governed by our local plan, and we have to put a lot of weight behind that. That's gone through all the processes, you know, of being heard, written, back to government, back to council, back out again, back to consultation, and those plans are written. Now, yes, committee can overrule and take other things into account. That's the whole point of us listening to it. It's not just officers making the decision, but I have to take into account future occupiers. You have to, even if it's a somebody else buys the house and it was in that condition, well, they wouldn't buy it. That's not what's before us. The thing is, you've already got a window there. Who knows what a future occupier could have, whether it became rented accommodation, whether somebody bought it. We don't know any of that, so we can't take that into account. We have no idea. The only thing we can say is, you know, it could be anybody who's in that room, and would that be an effect? Would the effect on the amenity be too much by having a gable end wall so close to the bedroom? And I think that's the crux of the matter for me. And from my point of view, I'm inclined to agree with officers that that is just too much. It's too much of an effect on amenity, and we shouldn't allow it. If something comes forward in the future, that's a different application for us to look at. But in my view, we shouldn't allow that effect on amenity. Officers are quite right. They're experts. They've looked at it. They know the amount of light. And I haven't heard anything that makes me want to change my mind. You know, there's no other reason other than the extension wants to be built. There's nothing to change my mind as to why the light, we should just give the light up. So I'm inclined to go with officers on this one. Anybody else going to speak on this one? Councillor Antunes.
Thank you, Chair. Just observing there, I think supporting Councillor Hogg, there's an application again which has failed several times. Going to the ward councillor, you mentioned there were other extensions in the area. If there were precedents in the area, I feel that the advisor and the applicant could have brought those forward as supporting evidence to put forward. They didn't. The advisor suggested not to go to appeal, not because we were making a subjective decision, but the decision was based on sound planning principles. And the appeal could have looked at the weight that we would have applied, and if he felt that that was going to warrant the application, the rejection being overturned, he would have gone down that route. But he was pretty confident that wouldn't happen. So I think ultimately, from my perspective, and I'm fairly new to the planning committee, I think it's fairly clear cut that from my perspective, this application is no different to previous, and it should be rejected. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any further debate before I go for a proposal? No? Can I get a proposal from somebody, please, on this? No? Councillor Skibstead. And abstentions? 2. Over to you for the result, please, Carol.
Thank you, Councillor Harper. We've got 6 for, 3 against, and 2 abstentions. So that planning application is refused.
Okay, thank you very much. Next one. Last one, hopefully. Yes. For refusal, yeah.
Sorry?
And refusal. Now, I got a funny feeling that the parish council hasn't turned up because Kirsty's turned up. And she's not registered to speak to the parish council.
He is.
She isn't. Crack on then, we'll go with the next one. Item 5.5, 510 Oundle Road, Orton Longville. And this one is going to be presented by Connor Lycan when he's ready. Connor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and afternoon, members. So the last application relates to number 510 Oundle Road, and it's for the change of use from a C3 dwelling to a C2 children's care home for solo accommodation. So the main considerations for this application are the principle of it, so the context of the proposal in terms of its location and, I guess, the context of it as well, highway access and safety, and neighbour amenity. So it was referred to the planning committee by the Orton Longville Parish Council, so based on, again, like the principle regarding its location, impacts to the neighbour amenity, and then an adverse impact on the highway. And then just going to the update report quickly. So we had some reconsultation responses, again, from Orton Longville Parish Council. So they objected again, based on the revised information. No new material planning considerations were raised. It was still regarding the principal, access, and neighbour amenity. We had a few more neighbour representations made, all were objections. So now the total number is 23. Again, no new material matters were raised, but to summarise, it relates to noise and disturbance, antisocial behaviour, the location of development, especially near the Gordon Arms pub, and then just regarding general sort of highway safety matters and parking, access, etc. And then also on the update report is the final list of conditions, so I hope you've all had a chance to read them. And then going back to the application itself, so it's located in Orton Longville, along Oundle Road, so just located east of the bypass and the junction. And then you can sort of see the site edged in red, so number 510, so directly opposite a junction. I think there's a Pelican crossing as well, right outside. And then it's just your typical residential sort of area, quite an affluent area, large semi-detached and detached properties. These are just some images of the site here. So you can sort of see the existing access with the cock and hen stone walls at front. You can see, I think, looking towards the west, the overpass and the pub. Looking towards the east, you can sort of see the traffic crossing. And then directly opposite the site, you can see the existing road network as well. These are just existing proposed site plans, so there are no external alterations and no internal alterations. It's related solely to the change of use itself. However, there are amendments to the hard standing to the front. So currently it's gravel. It will be replaced with permeable hard standing, and then it will be marked out with the parking bays in relation to the parking standards that have been agreed by ourselves and the applicant and the officers. The access to remain the same. Originally, the access was supposed to be widened. However, as the application progressed, amendments were made. It was fair enough to say the access could remain as it is, which in turn would aid in the keeping of the cock and hen stone walls at the front as well, which is another issue raised. And then lastly, these are just the existing and proposed floor layout. So again, there are no changes. Albeit there's a bit of an discrepancy with the application itself. It's classified as a 4-bed dwelling, however on the plans here it's 6 bedrooms. But again, it's still a C3 use. It could have been converted to a small HMO under PD development rights anyway. However, we're still assessing the application as a C3 to a C2 change, again based on one occupant, one child who will be between the ages of about, I think, 8 and 18, with special behaviour and learning difficulties. And just a bit of background as well, before we pass on, the application was put in, there was a CLP, so a Certificate of Lawfulness proposed, based on a change of use to a children's care home, but it was materially different, so it was refused, hence why there's now a full application in its place. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Connor. We've got Councillor Nick Peniel, who's a parish councillor. Welcome, Councillor Peniel. You have 10 minutes when you're ready to address committee. When you've got 30 seconds to go, if you get that far, then our officer will let you know.
Okay, good afternoon, councillors. So I'm Nick Peniel. I'm the current chairman of the Alton Longville Parish Council. So a number of residents contacted me following the planning application initially submitted for this property in April. I urged them to ensure they submitted their comments on the planning portal, as well as to directly approach us at the Parish Council so we could hear from them before the item was discussed on our agenda. So multiple residents then attended the May meeting, raised their concerns with us. Prior to the meeting, I'd reviewed the plans, noted that a similar plan had also been submitted in September 23, which was a care home for 3 to 4 children aged 10 to 15 with 2 to 3 staff members on site, and this was refused. On initial submission of the plan this year, permission was being sought for a change of use and had been revised down from a 4-bedroom care home to a 3-bedroom care home. Of the consultees, the local highways raised their concerns and concluded that the plan should be refused. It's understood that further revision of the plans was made, and that ultimately, by further reducing the number of proposed occupants down to a sole child, all concerns from highways have now been addressed. So whilst the consultees currently have no objections, albeit with local highways recommending conditions, there are still a number of concerns that have been raised by the residents. So the first is the matter of forward gear egress from the property, which I believe has still not been met. It's merely the number of parking spaces is now sufficient on a permeable block drive. The main entrance of the property to be housing a child with behavioural issues being on a busy main road is another issue. The property being adjacent to a public house, there being an oversaturation of care homes within the immediate area. I believe there's 2 sort of on the same road, in a time where more traditional housing is needed for an ever-increasing populace. And then there's questions about what the other 5 bedrooms with en-suites to be utilised for, because in reality this is a 6-bedroom property with en-suites to all that is being masqueraded as a 4-bedroom property, which we're now being told should be used for the sole occupancy of 1 child. Is a 6-bedroom property really the best place for a sole child with behavioural needs to be living? With space stolen from the original building to maximise bedroom numbers, how will this now be a healthy and enriching home environment? So the biggest concern of the residents in the area is that of the legitimacy of the proposal. So a number of residents have highlighted that this 6-bedroom property was previously being used as an HMO, with police having to attend on numerous occasions, and they're rightly concerned that financial return by whatever means is the motivating factor for this property, with a change of use to a care home seeming the safer option as opposed to HMO status. If permission is granted, will additional children be moved in without authorisation? How will this be monitored? Does the council have the sufficient budget to ensure the enforcement team can fully investigate any potential issues that are raised? Whilst I fully understand that planning applications are subject to specific terms, and ultimately it will be the material matters that will be the overruling factor in the granting or rejection of a plan, I just urge all councillors to ensure they've fully reviewed all of the concerns of the public, and if there are any doubts, to seek clarification and assurance from the relevant parties before potentially granting this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Questions, anybody? Can I just clarify with you, if you don't mind, and excuse my sort of ignorance on this, can you clarify what the big issue is, but keep bringing up the public house? Is it just the fact that alcohol is nearby? Or I just want to make sure that I'm getting it clear why the public house is being suggested as a problem.
It was just due to the potential of antisocial behaviour in the area, and how that may impact children with behavioural needs in the area.
So it's others, not the child in the house?
Yes, yeah.
That's why I wanted just that clarification.
Yeah. But I suppose it could go either way.
Okay. All right, thanks. I just wanted to see where you were coming from on that term. Any other questions, please, on this? No. Oh, right, okay. Well done. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor. Right. Questions? Councillor Hogg.
I just want to clarify a couple of points. The first one is, if this was approved, would they have to come back if they wanted to increase the number of children on the property? And the second question is, if the, I'm going to say child, but it wouldn't be a child, if the occupant of the house was over 18 but still needed carers, this wouldn't need a change of use, because it would be it would just be their accommodation, their home as such, where they have live-in carers. Can you just clarify and just tell me, am I right on that?
Yeah, so thank you, through you, Chair. So there are condition number, just bear with me quickly, sorry, condition number 5 on the updated report, restricts the number of children to only 1. So that was to do with more the highway safety and any other knock-on impacts. So yeah, if they wanted to increase the number of children, they would need to submit a brand new application in. So this condition just restricts use to 1. If they breach it, it's a matter for the planning enforcement team to reconcile. And then regarding question 2, just it's upwards to 18, but we're under the impression that adult commissioning team would need to be consulted on if an adult was living in that property, because there are different needs between children and there's different needs between adults, and there's also difference, I guess, in terms of the care provider itself, like regulators who monitor that site as well. So I would be under the impression that a new application would be required, because we would need more, I guess, more support and information, more from the care and operation side, because children don't form a household, but with an adult there might not be a need for like on-site 24-hour care. So the operation could be different, and that could affect the parking and the highways. So yeah, a new application would likely be needed.
So now, what I'm getting at here is, if the application was refused, it's a care company, they may well have a client who was over 18. I'm not sure, is it 18 or is it 16 where that kicks in, where essentially you can have what essentially is a care home, but because it's a single dwelling, it doesn't need to be classed as a care home because it's their home. You know, so if I get old and frail and I have somebody come live with me, that doesn't become a care home, that's my home. Because we've got a number of homes in my ward that aren't care homes, but they have live-in carers. But because they're over 18, it doesn't need planning permission, I believe. Is that correct?
So if I'm understanding this right, through you, Chair, your concern is, could somebody over 18 continue living there under this use?
No. So my concern was, if we were refused and it's now owned by a care company, could they go, okay, fine, what we're going to do is we're going to put an over 18-year-old in there, it will be his main abode, and so therefore we don't need the change of use?
It would depend on the circumstances, because a household can't be formed by children on their own. Yes. There has to be an adult there, yeah, for that to be a household. So with a children's home, obviously you have children there, they have to have people looking in there all the time, looking after them. Somebody over 18, an adult, wouldn't necessarily require people there looking after them for it to be a household. So it could be possible that that circumstance wouldn't need a change of use. It would depend on the exact use, you know. How don't know if I'm making any sense here. There's all kinds of different ways that care of people in the community can work. So, but as you rightly say, it may not need a change of use if it was an adult who required some degree of care, because it could be deemed to be their house, their household, and therefore not a change of use.
Fitzgerald.
I was trying to be helpful. I think my experience tells me it's about the commerciality of the arrangement. It's being done for profit by a company, then that is being done for business, and as a business, it should be registered as a care home. That's the difference. A member of your family giving care, I think, and I'm hoping you're going to agree with me down there at the bottom, is the nature of the arrangement that determines what planning permission it requires. That's my understanding.
Any other questions, please? Yes, Councillor Skipstead.
It was just the... Oh, sorry. I just lost my screen for a second. Con, I just wanted to ask you about the...
Can you pull the mic down, please, Councillor
Sorry.
Skipstead? Sorry.
I've lost my... Hey, where I am now. Yeah, it was when it's they've come back with revised plans, failed to provide 5 car parking spaces. Can you comment on that? Is that something you looked at?
Yeah, so are you relating to the objection from the parish council in relation? Yeah. So that was that because originally the application was for, I think, upwards of 3 children to be in the care home. And there's a bit of miscommunication from the applicant's sort of side about the operation and management. So they did submit this operation and management plan, which details it's only for 1 child. So I guess there could have been, my experience, maybe some confusion over what was actually proposed, because originally it was 3, now it is only 1. So I assume their numbers for 5 was related to the need for more children, but for 1 now, and in discussion with the Highways Authority, there's only a need for a maximum of 3 spaces.
Any other questions? No? Oh, I've got one for Highways. Could you just clarify that you are, because the councillor, the parish councillor, did mention the fact they were concerned about forward gear. Can you just confirm that you're happy with the 3 parking bays and being able to get in and get out of this, out the gate, etc.?
Yes, Chair, through you. The updated drawing that was submitted with the 3 car parking spaces shows an adequate space to the rear of those bays for vehicles to manoeuvre.
Okay, fine, fair enough. Any other questions from anybody? No? Councillor Antins.
Thank you, Chair. It's a question to the planning officers. Looking at the floor plates, it does appear we have effectively 6 ensuite bathrooms to each of the rooms. Previously, was planning application granted for an HMO, and was building control granted for this alteration? Do we know?
Yeah, so you start with the HMO aspect. They wouldn't need plan permission for the conversion to 6 bedrooms. That falls under the permitted development rights. I think it's part 3, one of the various classes, I can't remember off the top of my head. And in terms of the building regulations, we have no evidence at the moment, but we could always ask the building control team. The records should be on the file if they have done the necessary procedures.
Any other questions on this? Yeah, I know. I was going to ask if you want to come back on anything.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Through you, just to clarify that the amended schedule of conditions that Conor mentioned, which is in the update report, does really pin this down to condition 5 is very specific. The site shall only be used as a residential children's home for no more than 1 young person up to age 18 within the C2 use class. And then C4 specifies that there should be a maximum of three staff on the shift at any one time. So that really pins it down to that use and that number of people on site at any one time. So any variation from that would need a new planning application.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Any other questions that's brought up for anybody? No? Let's move to debate then. We're going to struggle with this one. I'm not looking over there. Anybody? Somebody different? I'm not knocking you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Does anybody else want to have their chance? Anybody else want to have their chance? You're all invited to this bit anyway. So, Councillor Fitzgerald, please.
Well, I'm not going to say much. I think I made some comments on site. Having had one of these in my ward, which wasn't a pleasant experience, I can say. But unfortunately, none of that matters in terms of what's relevant before us as a planning decision. So there is a need for them without doubt, whether it's one or whether it's 4 children. But I think we've got round the issue in terms of conditions as to how many it might be. In terms of the highways and parking, I see it no difference than being a family home with 5 people living there. If 5 staff are there or 3 staff are there, what difference does it make? We don't condition people when they've got cars, and I've had 5 kids, so my house was full at one point, and most of them had cars. So that's a kind of red herring, really. It sounds like there'll be less, but it's conditioned on 3. So in terms of material planning reasons, there aren't any to refuse it that I know of. Unless they wouldn't have recommended it for approval, and again I don't see it on balance here from Connor. So I just hope it goes well in terms of whenever these are placed in a residential setting, there is the potential for antisocial behaviour. That is actually proven fact. But just because it's somewhere else, it doesn't mean it'll happen here. So we can't go what might be. So we will have to, in my view, approve the recommendation to grant permission.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Hogg.
I think this is a question of be careful what you wish for. If we were to refuse this application, what else could this property be used for? It's already set up as an HMO. I think Councillor Pennill, alluded to the fact that it had been used as an HMO for some time, and there had been some antisocial behaviour issues with that property in that guise, and ultimately there's nothing stopping that from returning if this was to be turned down. Equally, it's my assertion that it could be used for a challenged individual that needs full-time care. I've got a couple of them in my ward. I've had a couple in my ward, and certainly there's 1 or 2 that's still there, where there is one individual where there is more than one carer on site at all times, and there was no need for planning permission to do so. So that could happen. I think the fact that it's conditioned so that we don't suddenly jump to 5 children without a need to come back. I think that is something that gives me a bit of reassurance that whatever impact this may or may not have, and as Councillor Fitzgerald has intimated, that when these children homes do get opened, as it were, there can be some bedding in problems with people like to have I'm no different. You don't like change, you react against change, and it's not until that you've been there for a while that you kind of bed down and kind of, well, this is the new norm. So that's certainly my experience with some of the issues we've had in the past in my ward, where there's been a bit of a surge to start with, and then it's sort of tapered off. So ultimately, I understand the fact that residents are apprehensive about a children's home with full-time carers being there, but at the same time, we don't want to go back to the days of locking children away in homes where there's 50 or 60 children in a building, and God knows what goes on, or certainly did in the 1970s and what have you. So, from my point of view, I can see no planning reason to turn this down. I think Connor's done a great job with the conditions. So, I can see little to go against his recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Hogg. Anybody else? Come in there. No? Yes, Councillor Renton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at it as the officers have recommended, and the highways are also satisfied, and I don't see any reason to refuse it because we do need these spaces for the children. And if we were to take one individual case, that obviously where there are these children in the care homes, there are problems and there are safeguardings and conditions attached to this as well. So I would therefore go along with the recommendation by the officers.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else want to enter the debate? No? I just add my piece on this one, is that I think we must all have them, and certainly maybe not with newer councillors, but you will soon know that they're everywhere. These homes are everywhere. There's hundreds of them around the city where people, children or of course disabled people or people in need are looked after. And the onus of caring for these people and looking after them and making sure they don't cause this effect is on the supplier and Ofsted and people like that. And that's where the weakness is sometimes, is that the police do their bit if they get called out, but it's the people that are controlling these places that are where I think the whole city, I would say, has a bit of a weakness. That's not within our remit to do anything about that. Could there be antisocial behaviour? There could be, quite rightly, Councillor Fitzgerald said. There could be. Sometimes they are hell on earth, but probably 99 out of 100 of them are not, and are not a problem. So, and what I don't see, which sometimes works well for me in committee, is a mass of people that are really not very happy about this. I've seen a lot of objections go in, but they're not here. And it would have been nice to have heard probably more from the neighbours if they were there, a little bit more. Based on the fact it is one, I would have problems if it was more than one. Based on what it was or what it appears to have been, and that it's one child with full-time 24-hour care, I'm going to go with officer's recommendation and approve and back it. Anybody else? Should we go for a proposal then? Yes, yeah. Councillor Mahmood.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I think I propose that we accept officer recommendations and grant this application.
Seconder? Councillor Hogg. Okay, so we're voting on the proposal. All those in favour? Well, I think that's unanimous. Yeah, thank you very much. Over to you, Karen, for the result, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that was unanimous to go with officer recommendation to grant.
Great, thank you. Thank you, everybody. That's the end of today's meeting. It's a long one, I know, but you did really well, and I think the training was exceptional today and helped the direction of travel. Thanks to officers, thanks to everybody for coming along and your input, and we'll see you at the next one when that comes on in a few weeks.